Good evening. I guess they are. Good evening, everyone. This is our regularly scheduled meeting this August 8th. We have essentially two matters on. One is a new matter, that's petition 4816. If the petition would come right up to the table, we'll get going on that. This is a petition by Kingsway Trust, 64 Kings Circuit, Yarmouth, Massachusetts. This property is located in the zoning district R40, and this night our applicant seeks a special permit under 104.3.2, subparagraphs 3 and 4, to construct a new stainless steel walk-in cooler to be attached to a clubhouse and restaurant on the northerly portion of the property, or in the alternative, a variance from 203.5 for 3-foot encroachment into front setback, or a variance from 202.5 for expansion of eating and drinking establishment use. And I've never read this, but our applicant is also seeking modifications of all prior decisions regarding the development of Kingsway, a condominium.
Everything. That's it.
This is one of the most unique readings I have ever had. Why don't you tell us all about it, sir? First,
Sure.
telling those people at home that are glued to their television what your name is.
Well, for the record, I'm Paul Tardif. I'm an
Thank you.
attorney in Yarmouthport, and seated with me is Todd Cantara from Cantara Home Solutions, and also Steve Krinsman, who's the chairman of the Board of Trustees at Kingsway Trust.
Welcome all.
And you know, a lot of people know a lot about Kingsway. Some have been there since close to the beginning. It was an open space village development special permit that was issued in 1975. The property consists of about 194 acres. The original plan included construction of 750 units out there. Golf course, the internal roads, community center complex, gatehouse, recreational facilities, open space, maintenance and utilities facilities, and a sewage treatment plant. With the proposal of something that size, the board in 75 provided a lot of leeway as for the exact locations of buildings throughout the property, and also limited the scope of the permits, allowed the developers to come back on several occasions. I think there have been, at least my count, of 7 or 8 amendments and extensions at that point. Tonight we're just seeking either a special permit or probably more likely a variance to allow for the construction of that walk-in cooler, which will measure 12 feet by 17 feet. And it's going to encroach into a front yard setback at its most. I think it's more like 3.5 feet, including the pad that it sits on, about 6-foot collar around it. 6 inch, not 6 foot, 6 inch. The clubhouse, which was always contemplated as part of the Kingsway plan, includes the restaurant facility. Some of you may have been to that restaurant. There's currently a walk-in cooler in the basement level.
Once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. The walk-in cooler is right now, it's in the basement of that building. Requires all deliveries to be brought down a long set of stairs that turns at the bottom, and to retrieve it during the kitchen and during the dining hour to run back and forth up and down the stairs. The plan is to create a door directly next to the kitchen into the walk-in cooler. No more running stairs. Well, not as much anyway. And I think you have the plan that shows exactly where that's going to be. The cooler, if permitted, will encroach, as I said, about 3.5 feet into the front yard setback of 30 feet. The road which abuts the structure is King Circuit, which is a paved way, but which, as you can see from the plan, the pavement is located approximately 7 feet from the full width of the road layout. The cooler has already been purchased, unfortunately, and it sits awaiting to be assembled if the relief is granted. The lot for this, where this structure sits, is approximately 8.34 acres and has the clubhouse, parking areas, the tennis courts to the east. The area between the clubhouse and King Circuit is heavily vegetated, will be screened from the public eye from the road. There's also a plan to plant some of the additional screening around the cooler if need be. I think it's something that the Old Kings Highway, who's already approved this, would like to see as well. So we'll probably put some plantings around that. But if you went to the property today, I don't know if you did, had a chance to see exactly where this is going. where that kitchen is, where that building is located about 10 feet above where King Circuit is, the surface of the road. It's way up a hill, a banking, if you will, which, again, screens it from view, also protects it if a vehicle were to go awry there. So the existing cooler is just a little bit too small, and they just need a little more space. As many of you know, they've had many restaurants in and out of there, and over the years they finally found a real good one, and they want to keep it. And this is something that the restaurant has asked for, so something that we want to do. No preparation work has been done at the site. This cooler is not there. It is purchased, but it's just sitting there waiting. And it was only after Mr. Cantera spoke to the building department that we became aware of the fact that there might be an encroachment, and so we had to come here. So we put everything on hold for the summer. I believe that the structure does need, in this case, a variance, and I also believe that the extension of the use will require a special permit. That's what I think it needs. Well, obviously, I'll leave it to you. Under 10222, for the variance, we do need to meet those criteria. There is a hardship, that the hardship is owing to the structures of the lot, and there's no substantial detriment by awarding the relief. In this case, the hardship, I think they've already purchased that cooler. I think I included the, I'm not sure if I did, but the cooler was about $35,000 to purchase. And it is, as I said, sitting in a warehouse. Plus, also because of the way that the structure itself was built, that kitchen is located in that corner closest to the road. If they wanted to put it on the other side, it would be great, except it would be next to the pro shop. It really wouldn't do us much good there. The hardship, I think, is owing to the structure, as I indicated, and no substantial detriment. I don't think it's going to be visible, not in danger of interfering with roadways, vehicle movement. The board did issue a variance back in 1988. Mr. Neitz, I think you probably recall it.
I think so.
For the location of a structure that was within the front yard setback in Kings Way. The cement had been poured, the foundation.
Be fresh to Mr. Neitz.
It was not.
Because we're going to protect him,
I think I sat on the original one, too.
I think you may have in 75.
Remember Alan White was here?
The foundation, actually, in that case, was a little too close to the road, and a variance was granted. They found that, again, the circumstances relating to the building is that Kingsway, the Kings Circuit couldn't be moved, obviously, the road, and that the entire Kingsway development was unique based on the fact that it's irregular shape. The golf course was there. The terrain is very uneven. And the board found that the issuance of variance would not adversely affect traffic, project density, or affect the public safety mostly because Kingsway is basically self-contained. Those are private roads in there, but they still, the public is still invited to come. So I believe that we meet all the criteria for a variance for the structure. As for the use, under 104.324 to expand the pre-existing non-conforming use, the restaurant. And again, the restaurant was issued and permitted under the original open space special permit. I think it would still fall under there. And we're just expanding it into a 12 by 17 self-contained cooler. So for those reasons, I think that's what the relief is that we need. If you have any questions, hopefully we can answer that for you.
Mr. Neitz.
Now I get revenge? Is that, no. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances, and I certainly can be sympathetic to the cause, and mainly because it is, a self-contained neighborhood. They're kind of their own policemen over there as far as the manner in which the whole area is maintained. When that particular clubhouse and restaurant were laid out in the original plans, it was designed for even larger capacity of the neighborhood for that area. And over the years, that number's been cut down from the 700 and something down to, what, 5, 6?
4, 6.
4 what?
5, 6.
4, 5, 6. So that's a significant reduction in the density of the neighborhood. I think the fact that there is a hardship from the standpoint of having purchased maybe a little too quickly and without thinking about things like setbacks, because the lot was so big, and where the clubhouse and parking is. But it does require our blessing, and I think that I will probably vote in favor of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I don't. Certainly 3 feet, and based on the elevation that the building and cooler will be, and if it's going to be heavily landscaped, I mean, I can see how this kind of thing can happen because the building's set kind of strange in terms of how it comes in, and you wouldn't even think of this as a front yard, to be honest with you. really hit you more as a side or back. So I can't see this being not meeting the criteria necessary to show for potential approval.
Mr. Igo?
I would echo the comments of my other board members here. I also think there is a hardship for who's ever running the restaurant to have to go up and down stairs and go around the corner. It's certainly much more convenient. I've worked in the restaurant business much of my life in earlier years, and I know that walking into a cooler at a level is certainly easier than going up and down stairs. Yeah, this seems more of a side setback. I didn't realize this was actually a front setback. Yeah. And this really seems the only feasible place to put it on the building. Again, I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I don't think anybody's going to really notice it. It's going to be heavily shrubbed. And I do think they meet the criteria of a variance, and I plan on supporting this petition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Nicanello?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Mr. Cantero, you're probably dying to finish this job, and because you're probably loaded with work in that area with the 456 units, you're probably just slammed right out. So moving this one along is probably good. I have nothing to add besides what the board has said. I'm cool with it.
No pun intended. Tonight's just going to be one of those nights. It's a good thing we're getting all of this out in the first petition.
Very nice.
All of this comedy's going after right after you leave. All right. Mr. Barron, what do you think there?
I'm very familiar with the idea of a cooler that can be assembled out of the parts that are shipped, because my parents had a package store and had a cooler of similar size, and as long as it's going to be that much more convenient here at the restaurant to work with, I wholeheartedly endorse it. The idea of being a little encroaching on the street, as you mentioned, it's 10 feet above the street and well screened. I see no objection here.
So I want to say that I've been there many times, and I just can't imagine how anybody can conceive of this as being the front of this building.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible, I suppose, for this building to not have a front on its whole circumference almost, save for where it abuts the golf course. I mean, to me, it's the side of the building. There's just no doubt that it's the side of the building. And the wonderful, wonderful manner in which this entire property has been kept it's just a jewel for that side of the Cape, and you ought to be very proud on how you manage that, you and your board. This is such an innocuous sort of thing. It's just, you can't imagine why it's going to bother anybody, but more importantly, I'm struck by we have relief that just is baffling to me. So I wonder if you could explain to me what it is exactly you're asking us to do tonight. First, we ask for a special permit, but then you tell us a special permit. We're not even discussing that. So why do we have a special permit on the application?
Well, you have a special permit, I think, for the expansion of the use under 104.3.24.
How are we extending the use?
We are adding a cooler to a restaurant use.
But isn't the restaurant use the food served to the public inside the four corners of the restaurant?
It is, except that it was granted pursuant to a special permit issued in 1975.
that set out the dimensions of the building?
No, actually, it left the dimensions of the building very loose. In fact, it gave the developer a lot of leeway as to where and when and how to build this thing, so.
Well, I think we should be somewhat exact on what we're doing here tonight. I just don't, I'm not understanding the need for a special permit. How are we expanding the use of this?
Bigger footprint.
Pardon me?
A bigger footprint.
But it's not a bigger footprint for what the establishment is. It's merely
Well, this is an accessory use.
It's part of the kitchen.
It doesn't matter to me. It just strikes me as, and then the last thing I want you to tell me is, please, how are we modifying all prior decisions regarding the development?
We may not have to.
Why don't we just reference that, except as otherwise modified hereby, all other provisions of the previous grants of relief remain in full force and effect. Would that make sense?
I think that would be all right.
Sort of language?
I'll have to check with my
We
client.
have no correspondence.
I had one question.
Please, Mr. Needs.
I presume the presence of the chairman of the board signifies that the board is in approval of the project?
Yes, that's correct.
They spent 35 grand, I hope so.
I
But you
wasn't
may
sure
be out
whether
of a
they
job.
spent it or whether the tenant had spent it, but it's
It's been allocated,
been allocated by the association.
yeah.
Oh, you haven't bought it yet?
Yeah, the money is set aside. Half of the money has gone
What
to
happens
the
if we say no?
We're in trouble. I'm in trouble. Do it.
We have no correspondence regarding this petition. Does anyone in our audience care to speak in favor of the petition? If so, please come to the microphone and be heard. Seeing none, does anyone care to speak in opposition to this petition? Seeing none, we now close it to the public's commentary on the petition. We open it up to board discussion and deliberations. Mr. Barron, your thoughts on the petition?
I have no objection to the proposal.
And how about you, Mr. Nicanello?
Thank you, sir, all set.
And Mr. Igo?
I support the petition, Mr. Chairman.
And you there, Mr. Martin?
I have no issues with the request.
And how about you there, Mr. Needs?
I have no objections, and I'll just leave it to the learned attorneys on our board to craft a position as to exactly what we're going to grant.
Wait a minute, the word learned was very loosely used there, I'm
I
telling you.
understand, but I'm trying to suck up to the chair.
Gee whiz. And we're also happy even though the Red Sox are doing so poorly. I find that fascinating. So we have a variance that is suggested, that of 203.5 for a 3-foot encroachment into front setback. That coupled with the special permit would seem to do it, wouldn't it?
So moved.
Second.
Got that? Second is Mr. Nicanello. Mr. Igo is first. To grant the special permit pursuant to 104.3.2, subparagraphs 3 and 4, to allow for the expansion of the use issue of this, and then for the extension of the encroachment into the front setback of 3 feet under 203.5.
That's a variance, correct?
And I think Mr. Igo, Mr. Neitz, and Mr. Martin, I'm sorry not to leave you two gentlemen out, but I think they touched on why all the reasons are that would allow us to find that there is a reason for a variance in this case, and I certainly would want that clearly referenced in the...
Yeah, and it'd be 3.5 feet, just to be clear, because of the pad.
I'm reading it off of the petition.
Yeah, I
off of
understand.
off of the public notice. 3.5 feet, fine.
Is this accurate here?
That's to the cooler, just, it doesn't show the pad.
Yeah, it doesn't
Pad's going to
show
be
it.
in just, yeah.
Okay.
That's not a structure.
And just to clarify, where is it going specifically on the building?
It's going,
Relates to the structure, to the storage structure to the rear, what we'll call the rear, the actual rear.
yeah, it's the north side of the building, south of King's Circuit.
So will it abut up to the L structure that is shown on the... I just want to see where it's going to
Yeah.
be on the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, there it is, thank you. Sure, that's fine, sure, thank you. So it will be as depicted on the site plan?
You want me to reference the site plan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, yeah. Okay, on the motion made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Niconello, to, 1, grant the special permit as requested pursuant to 104.3.2, subparagraphs 3 and 4. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, that carries unanimously. On the second motion, that is a motion to grant the variance pursuant to 203.5 for a 3.5-foot encroachment into the front setback. All those in favor of the motion made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Niconello, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. That carries unanimously. I'll look forward to the draft decision, which we will review as quickly as we receive it.
Mr. Chairman,
Well-
can I ask a question?
Maybe not, because I expect you'll probably put it in the email to me tonight.
Yeah.
Might take till tomorrow, yeah.
Now, do we want to have them withdraw their request to modify
Oh, please,
all
yeah.
prior decisions?
Yeah, please.
All other relief that we requested that was unnecessary, we'd like to withdraw without prejudice, though.
Okay, yeah, but what I would ask is that you put that kind of saving provision in there that, to the extent that this modifies any prior relief, all other relief remains in full force and effect.
Okay.
Or all other provisions remain in full force and effect, okay?
And I move that we allow him to withdraw the additional relief without prejudice.
Okay, and would you have a second to that, somebody?
Second.
So there has been a motion made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Niconello, to allow the withdrawal of the second request for relief in the omnibus sort of a request to modify all pre-existing rights and responsibilities ever created under God and this board as it relates to Kings Way. So all those in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Good luck.
And I hope someone's taking notes, because I didn't. Yeah, I know. Brings us to our next matter, that of the continued petition. Where the heck's, can I see my?
Oh, sure.
Thanks, sure. I don't know what I did with this. These are the continued petitions, number 408, 4801 and 4802, Calibia Enterprises LLC, concerning property located at 473, 479, and 487, a portion thereof, Station Avenue, South Yarmouth, Mass. This petition is a continuation from that which started originally on April 11, but was never opened for hearing that evening, May 9th and June 27th. It is a petition concerning property located in the zoning district B1, which is also in the APD, or Aquifer Protection District. Our applicant is seeking special permits and variances to develop the land at the above address for use as Shell fuel service station and convenience store with co-brand business. Relief is requested under and from, respectfully, sections 202.5 footnote J, sections 301.4.1, 301.4.10, 301.8, 301.9, and 303 as necessary for use in the B1 zoning district and APD, and various dimensional setbacks, design, parking, drive-through, landscaping, lighting relief, and sign provisions per the submitted plans and materials. Likewise, on 4802, it is a companion application with petition 4801 to amend prior decisions 3453 and 3505, or in the alternative, a new variance under and from 203.5 and 301.4.1 as necessary to divide off 7,305 plus or minus square feet of land at the rear of the lot. This proposal will not create any new nonconformities or impact the existing site development. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Why don't you go right ahead and tell us who you are, and we'll get started on this.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Andrew Singer, an attorney in Dennisport, here on behalf of the applicant. With me at the table is Randy Hart from VHB. With us in the audience is the same project team you saw before, including Andy Deli Carpini, ownership of Colby Enterprises, project engineers architects, everyone else is here as well for any questions that you have. I'd like to start by saying that you are all, at least by me, authorized to continue that light and airy mood that you had when you saw Mr. Tardif a few minutes ago. We don't want to, dampen that at all. I did hand out to you two aerials. One, the colored aerial, is the one that you saw earlier. It was we had it up on the board last time. I just made copies for you. The second is a Google Earth image of the entire strip from White's Path down to Old Townhouse.
All right, if I may, sir, the first one being the APD improvement plan.
Yes.
That will be marked as whatever the next numerical exhibit is.
Yes.
And then followed by the Google Earth. Okay?
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you.
We submitted a supplemental submission to you last week, which included a number of materials that I will go over this evening. And then when I'm done, Mr. Hart will go over the transportation changes for you. All of us here are available to answer questions at any time during the evening. As you know, for the record, this proposal involves developing 473 and 479 Station Avenue, which is the property that you see on the larger boards here, and redeveloping the existing nearby Shell and Sunoco gas station properties. The latter two sites will be closed, decommissioned, and deed restricted against future fuel service operations. An agreement has been entered to phase out and relinquish the pre-existing non-conforming hazardous materials uses at both of those properties as well as part of this proposal. This is important because neither of these sites, and they show on they show on both that we submitted, they're called out on one of them. Neither of these sites is capable of being fully upgraded given their historical development, their size, with one of them being surrounded on streets on a triangle. By necessity, they will continue, their protected uses, they will continue. This proposal will get rid of them. And we have worked, as you know, extensively with the Health Department, the Board of Health, town departments, staff, to review and respond to requests, comments, and questions. We've been in the process for a year now, wanting to get the best project for this stretch of Station Avenue. The board has also attempted to meet and respond to all requests, comments, and concerns that you have raised when we have been before you, and that's really what we're here to just go over the things that we've done in response to those. During our prior sessions with you, the board asked if the pre-existing hazmat uses at both Shell and Sunoco could be phased out. The board asked that all of the underground storage tanks at the Shell and Sunoco sites, which total 10, both for fuel service, waste oil, heating oil, if all of those tanks could be removed from the ground. The board expressed concern with continued car sales in the repair business at the Sunoco site. And the board asked that the existing Shell site be cleaned up, made more aesthetically pleasing, with greater buffers and less impervious asphalt. In response to all of these requests by the board, the applicant has arranged for all of these concerns and requests to be included. So every one of those is now part of what you are looking at. It's part of the documents that have been submitted to you, and it's part of the plans and other evidence that we have provided to you.
Can I stop you right there?
You may.
Just so I'm clear on this.
Would you make sure you speak up?
What you're saying, you last said, was you're going to essentially close both those other locations? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, and this is from our June 24th supplemental memorandum to you. We are closing, assuming you approve it and the project's going forward, the gas station uses at both of those properties will be discontinued upon this development moving forward.
So
Excuse me, you have a, is it called supplemental memorandum? It's undated, I'm not seeing it.
No,
Well, I guess it's August 1, there, okay.
That's August 1, no, yeah, so to answer Mr. Igo's question, referring back to the June 24th one,
Okay.
I wrote in that, to your second point, Mr. Igo, we're proposing as a condition that the remaining pre-existing non-conforming hazardous materials uses at the two sites, which are car repair, car sales, things like that, be eliminated no later than 48 months after the new location opens for business. So we're proposing a two-step process with those properties. The initial step is that the gas station use and all the underground storage tanks are removed. That's phase one of those two properties. And then you have a sketch plan for upgrading the shell site that we'll discuss. And then phase 2 of that is that no later than 48 months, as those properties are going to be redeveloped, the Shell station, as you know, is owned by the applicant who's here before you. The Sunoco station is not so owned, but we have an agreement, a written binding agreement with that owner to do what we have presented to you. So that is what will happen with those two properties. And then what will obviously happen someday is that I anticipate new uses for both those sites would go through the site plan review process, development design review, and zoning relief if they needed it. The Sunoco site, almost anything would need zoning relief given the constraints of the lot.
May I ask a quick question, Mr. Chairman? I think
Sure, of course,
last
please.
time, I think we were led to believe that there would be a more rapid transition of the Shell station and then a 48-month for the Sunoco station. Are you saying now both stations are at 48 months?
That is what we had submitted back in June, yes. If there's something you want to talk about with that, we can see if we can talk with you, but that is what we had proposed.
I thought we had discussed it at the meeting that the Shell was going to be faster to...
For the garage, for the car repair use. I don't recall that, do you? Yeah, well, just, Mr. Della Caprini just said to me that he doesn't have a problem making that one quicker, because he
Okay.
controls it.
Exactly.
But we had not discussed it to my knowledge, but it's something we can discuss.
Maybe it was just a fervent hope.
We're trying to make all your hopes come true as fast as we can. Right. Did that answer your question, Mr. Igo, for now, and the initial
yes,
question?
thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In addition, getting to this site now, the board asked for reconsideration of site access and the curb cuts. Now, the plan that's on the right from your viewpoint is the plan with the prior plan, which had the curb cuts then as shown. The board asked us as well for improved on-site circulation. The board asked us for consideration of a new style of canopy. In these three instances as well, the applicant has listened to the board and made changes in all three of these areas. I will say when I get to it, the canopy change was particularly tough to make, given that design review had approved it, but that's made. But before we get there, the important thing I'd like to point out on the curb cuts is just to point out what they are. Mr. Hart will go through them more as far as they relate to traffic. But what has been designed, and you have a memo from Mr. Hart, and this is alternative 4 in that memorandum. So the southerly curb cut stays the same. That'll be a full in and out curb cut. The northerly curb cut is being shifted to the north end of the property, which is actually where it was originally proposed by the applicant before we'd begun the process. And it's been made into a very distinctive right-in, right-out only curb cut. Again, I will let Mr. Hart discuss that from a traffic point of view, and Mr. McCallie from AUB Engineering, who prepared it, is here if you have any questions. But from my point of view, just wanted to point out that those two changes have been made. In addition, what this does is, and you can see it from comparing the plans, it improves the on-site circulation and the parking, not only for delivery vehicles, but also for trucks that might have trailers, boats, landscape vehicles, as well as emergency vehicles. And you have in your packet individual plans, turning template plans, for each of those movements that I just described, and those show those. And this site, this configuration, is an improvement on all of those. It also eliminates the need and any potential conflict between the drive-through stacking and the parking, because as you can see, the parking has been shifted. It also results in, and this is specifically directed from Mr. Martin, all 4 of those on-site trees that are required have now been proposed, and we are not asking for relief from that. Finally, and this I know was important to several members of the board, the applicant did agree to change the configuration of the canopy. And the configuration that you now have is a mansard roof, and it's in the plan set that you have.
Which page?
Al, do you remember which page that is? SG2. Is it that one? Can you put on that board? And this is it, and that's SG2. So it is a mansard roof style. It is not the flat roof that had been proposed before. So that, again,
Flat on the top, though, right?
yes, it's a mansard come up because you have to have the equipment on the top and everything. So it's shielded by the peaks that go all the way around the mansard style. So all of these we submit again have been in response to questions, comments, and concerns that board members raised. You also had asked us to reduce the number of sign variance requests, and we have done that. And specifically, however, I want to point out one, on the freestanding sign, which is now to be not a pole-mounted sign, but a sign in brick with a brick planter. That sign is larger than is currently allowed, but what we're requesting permission to do is to swap that sign with the existing sign that's at the Shell station across the street, which is itself too large. So what we're proposing, again as a condition, is that the existing Shell sign will be removed and replaced with a conforming sign for whatever business remains at that property. And the new freestanding brick planter sign will be as proposed on this plan. It does require relief, but we're asking you to include that relief as part of both the special permit and the variance for the use itself.
And that's the sign that I'm looking at in more or less the center of that right hand.
Correct. Above, yeah, it says Seasons in blue, then corner mark right above that. Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. You also, one thing we had discussed, just wanted to let you know we tried. Mr. Hart reached out on a few occasions by phone and email to DOT to ask if there was any possibility of a consideration of a interconnection to the rear of our property from the bike trail across that section of railroad tracks that has not been released. He did not receive a response to that, so I just wanted to let you know that we did reach out. Finally, as far as additional information, the board asked for further legal research on the requested variances, and I'm sure that Mr. DeYoung and Mr. Igo read those cases thoroughly. I wouldn't hope that the rest of you even wanted to. However, that being said, I submitted a memorandum, as part of the memorandum to you, a variance memorandum which discusses the court cases in which variances have been upheld. And specifically, for the record, as you know, the Massachusetts courts look at variance cases on a case-by-case basis. They are extremely fact-specific, and they look to the proposal before the board. So in looking at the cases that I provided to you, in Marashlian, the court looked at economic unfeasibility of other uses, potential other uses, as part of its justification. In the Kavanaugh case, and I gave you copies, as I said, of all these decisions. In the Kavanaugh case, the court looked at economic unfeasibility, as well as made a determination as to what substantial derogation means. And that was important because the neighbor who complained in that case was saying that you can't derogate from the bylaw. And the court said 40A Section 10, and by extension the local zoning bylaws, talk about substantial derogation, and you can't have a variance without derogation. That's what the court said, because it's just axiomatic. You can't not do it. So they're saying you're looking at, is it substantial derogation? So that is the part of what you all are looking at in your review. In the Furlong case, the court discussed that a reduction in the risk of an existing harm or one that prevents a greater risk of harm may be found to merit the grant of a variance. And that is one of the things we have, and I'll discuss, have submitted to you for consideration. And finally, in the Boyajian case, the court discusses public good, as well as a situation where in that case traffic was challenging as well. And as we'll discuss, obviously traffic is the main issue you're looking at. We submit respectfully that in line with each of these cases, and as demonstrated by the evidence and the testimony that we've presented to you upon numerous supplemental submissions and hearings, that this proposal can merit the grant of the relief we've asked for. The board here is faced with a unique and innovative, what I call a statement project for the town. You're balancing many different factors. The ultimate test that you're looking at is to balance the benefits of the proposal with the detriments. There are significant and numerous benefits, from an environmental, aesthetic, and business perspective to the business zone. The benefits, I believe, are clear. There will be a reduction in the potential threat to the aquifer, a 16,000-gallon or more than 28% decrease in fuel stored in the Aquifer Protection District, a substantial decrease in the total number of underground storage tanks in the APD, a state-of-the-art upgrade with the new station. And so what is the detriment that you're balancing? Well, clearly, this revolves around the existing traffic situation and this is what you've struggled with. It's what we've looked at peer review for. It's what Mr. Hart is going to discuss. The existing traffic situation. For several hours, of several days, of several weeks, and I didn't say that as nicely as I'd written it down because I got tongue twisted, but for those hours of those days of those weeks in the summer, traffic along the stretch of road is bad. No one's saying it isn't. At other times, it's fine. Most times of the year, it's not a problem. But for those times in the summer, it's not good. But every business, if you look at that Google Earth image that I gave you, every business is faced with a failing left turn situation on this section of road. And as you can see from the plan, this is the last vacant parcel of land in the commercial district. The solution I suggest for the summer traffic woes on Station Avenue calls for a town-wide solution, a solution that involves each and every property owner and the town generally, not just the unfortunate last parcel in to be developed. This bad traffic is the same for each and every existing business and plaza on the road. As Mr. Hart will discuss, the proposed new access and circulation that we're proposing, in response to your request, addresses the concerns expressed by the board members, eliminates the need for certain relief, improves on-site circulation, and will operate in line with the overall commercial zone. The purpose of the Yarmouth zoning bylaw is to promote the health, safety, convenience, and welfare of the inhabitants of the town of Yarmouth. The objective of the APD is to protect the public drinking water supply in Yarmouth from the effects of high-density land development and from potentially hazardous materials associated with specific uses. In this case, based on everything we've submitted to you, we believe that the benefits clearly outweigh the detriments, that this project is and will be a win-win-win for all concerned. It is not perfect, but perfect is not the charge that you look at. A project does not need to be perfect to be built. It needs to meet the standards set forth in the bylaw. We respectfully submit that this proposal, with all of the benefits and in line with an existing summer traffic situation that affects everybody, meets those standards and is worthy of approval. With that, I'll ask Mr. Hart to discuss the traffic in more detail, and then again, we are here for any questions.
Well, good evening. Randy Hart. I'm a principal with VHB. We are the transportation consultants on the project. At the last hearing, there was some discussion about us looking at multiple access alternatives and determining which of those might be the optimal for what we're dealing with. Since that time, we have done just that. We have prepared a memo outlining the effort dated July 18th. We've submitted to this board. We've submitted to the town as well as the Cape Cod Commission. And in that memorandum, we evaluated 4 different access alternatives from the original one that we showed you here this evening. Alternative 1 was considering looking at a signal at the northern driveway that would align with Stop and Shop and leaving the south driveway the way it was as a full access driveway. Alternative 2 looked at limiting both driveways to some fashion. The north driveway would be limited to a left and right into the site, but a right turn only out. The south driveway under that scenario would be right in, right out only. Okay, so very much a limiting access configuration. The third was a one-way circulation configuration that would require everybody to enter the site on the northern drive but exit at the south. And the fourth alternative was pretty radical in that we were moving the north driveway to the far side of the property, as you see on the plan that's colored before you there, and making that a right turn in, right turn out only, so limiting its access. The south driveway would remain where it is and would be a full access driveway similar to what you've seen before. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. Certainly, if there are questions on any of them, I'm happy to discuss them in great detail as the night continues. But what I want to do is try to give you an understanding as to why we believe firmly that Alternative 4 is far and away the superior access alternative that we have available to us for this project. First and foremost, shifting the driveway to the north and creating a right-in, right-out configuration offers a couple of benefits. First, by limiting it to right-in, right-out, we minimize the conflicts at that driveway location. We minimize them substantially. Second is that the right-in being on the north side of the site really allows you to enter the site on the perimeter, which is more of a traditional design. Under the former plan, you come in right in front of the canopy where vehicles could be stored and queued up, and it really didn't work for us that well, but what it did for us is align with Stop and Shop. With the right in, right out, we no longer need to align with Stop and Shop because there will be no left turns in or no left turns out at the site at this particular location. Requiring all of the left turns from the site to be located at the southern driveway is important because that's the area of the site where we have the most storage capacity. If you look at the connection from Station Avenue back to where the building is, it's all pavement. So there's a fair amount of storage in that area, and that's the right place to put the left turns so that we have adequate storage during the critical periods. We also did extensive review of the site distance at both driveways, and as demonstrated in our report, we not only meet, but we exceed substantially both the stopping site distance at both driveways as well as the intersection site distance. And that's extremely important because we have very good visibility. People on the roadway will have very good visibility to people coming into and out of the site, and people going into and out of the site will have very good visibility to people on the roadway. From a safety perspective, that's extremely important, and we have that working for us here. There's also a left turn lane, as you know, in the center of Station Ave today, and that's important because anyone that's going to come to the site from the south has the ability to pull off the through movement, get in the left turn lane, and if they have to wait to get into the site for a gap, they can do so without impeding the northbound travel. So we have that working for us at this location. We have reviewed the operational analyses of the alternative 4 versus what we presented the last time we were here, 2 full access driveways, and it does show some improvement over the operations that we were formerly looking at. Having said that, the left turns from the site still will operate at a level of service F during critical periods. There's no way around that. That level of operation is not unique along this corridor or any busy corridor along Cape Cod. As a matter of fact, each of the commercial driveways along this corridor operate that way during critical peak hour periods. We've reviewed it and even done a sensitivity to demonstrate that, and it doesn't matter. Some are bigger and generate more traffic, like the Stop and Shop. They're a level of service F. Some are comparable, maybe slightly bigger, slightly smaller. The CVS, Wendy's, they're a level of service F. The driveway to the north of us, which provides access to a doctor's facility, they're a level of service F. Generating less traffic, still a level of service F. So it's just the way it is in this particular area, and I'm sure you're all well aware of it. As mentioned previously, and this is important to understand as well, that the results of the operational analysis are conservative. If you're in this industry, you know that unsignalized intersections, the way we're required to analyze it, you know the results are conservative. They're conservative for at least 2 reasons, probably more. One is that in this particular instance, if you look at where we're located, central between 2 traffic signals, those traffic signals have the ability and often will create platoons of traffic. That platoon of traffic is followed by a gap in traffic. The operational analyses doesn't understand that because it's isolated to just the site in this particular area. So it doesn't recognize that benefit that we get by being in the middle of 2 traffic signals. The other piece is related to gap acceptance. The operation analysis is very conservative in what it allows gap acceptance to be. We know that gap acceptance for people in Massachusetts, particularly in this area, is much less than that. In fact, we proved that to you in the June 18th traffic impact and access study memorandum we provided. We actually went out to the Stop and Shop driveways and had people do observations. They observed the queues that we saw in the field during peak hour periods. We then compared those critical queues to what the operational analysis said for that same period. The results indicate very clearly that the queues observed in the field were about 1/3 of what the operational analysis suggests. So we know, and we've proved to you, that the operations are conservative under all considerations. The final thing I just want to mention is, and I don't have an aerial, but you have this plan. If you look diagonally across the street from the site on the other side of the rail trail, the new parking area for the rail trail, it's about 90 parking spaces that were created in that area, 90. That project was a combination, many parties involved, including Mass DOT, the town, the Cape Cod Commission, and private development. We, VHB, do a lot of the design work for that trail. We didn't do the parking lot, but we did the trail itself. CDM did the parking lot, and I reached out to them earlier today to see if I could find any specific information, and I wasn't able to get it in the short time that I requested it. But they did confirm that the Cape Cod Commission was involved in that process, which I knew they were. And you can bet that day one, when that's open and out there on a Saturday midday today, that's also operating at a level of service F. So that's a project that others have been involved with that was allowed to proceed, and it operates at the same level that we're going to expect at our driveway during peak summer conditions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, and I'm certainly happy to try to answer any questions that might come up tonight. Thank you.
And actually, for the benefits of time, I think you have everything from us. We are all here to answer questions, whether it's from the engineer, Randy, myself, the owner, whatever you would like. We are happy to proceed. We appreciate all of your time that you've put into this. We think that what you have before you is workable. It works for the owner. It can allow the project to go forward, and we think there are just very significant benefits of the proposal, and we hope that you will vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Needs, do you have any questions concerning this new change and the new proposals? Or any other issue?
Or any others. Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Relative to the project, hopefully.
Just out of curiosity, do you have a list, a separate list of zoning relief you're seeking this evening so that?
Yes, we had submitted a revised one-page list to you as part of the submission last week.
And where is that?
It should be right under the letter.
On your
It
supplemental?
says zoning analysis revised August 1, 2009.
Right under the letter.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Needs, I apologize.
I think we're all very appreciative of the efforts that the petitioners made to satisfy some of our concerns on this project. It gets better and better. And I think that the overall, and something that I think I ended our last meeting with, was, the benefits to the town and the Aquifer Protection District and the future protection of that Aquifer Protection District is a pretty overall significant benefit of this project when we're getting rid of two aging projects with probably not much possibility of them being improved on their own in the future. And potentially having problems down the road. But I'm not trying to use scare tactics, but that's a very real possibility. I still have some questions about the comparison of this project and the one most recently built by the petitioner in South Dennis on Route 134. And I wondered whether that project, whether the original plans had included the drive-through window and then were negated during the process, or was it just not deemed appropriate or possible given the topography and size and shape of the land?
I did the permitting for that, and it was that. The topography of that site, it was impossible. And so the building comes back where it is, it then drops down, and you have the car wash in the back.
Yep.
You've also got the other uses on that site, the bank and the auto repair. So
Right.
it was not part of the proposal from day one because it wasn't physically possible.
From outward observance, the site seems to be doing very well and very successful, and I can only attest that I've been more keenly aware of it over the last few months than I had been previously. But I can't end our participation in this process without at least asking the question whether the drive-through and that third coffee business is such an integral part of this project that you would not or could not proceed without it.
The answer is yes. It is integral to the project for it to proceed.
I think my biggest fear, and I think I expressed it on the night of the first hearing, was there's already significant spill-off or spinning off, or however you want to use the terminology. But I continue to see, particularly summer weekends, significant lines of cars on Station Avenue going to the Dunkin' Donuts facility down the street. And if that happened in that location, it would be disastrous on Station Avenue. Particularly, and I'm thinking in terms of a Saturday when people are coming in from off Cape, coming to check into their summer rentals or their hotels or whatever. To have that backup on Station Avenue at that location would be just disastrous from a traffic perception. And I wonder if that's anything that the traffic engineers have looked at or could shed some light on, because I'm looking for some consolation, because I really have significant fears about that possibility.
Yeah. So we heard that early on, and I think I presented at the last hearing that we did some empirical counts and observations at an existing Seasons facility that has a drive-through, one that actually happened to be directly across from a commuter rail station, a very large parking lot for a commuter rail station. We picked that purposely because we knew it would be a very busy location. That was a Mary Lou's drive-through, and during I think it was the AM peak hour, we had a maximum queue of 8 vehicles with an average queue, I think it was 6. During the Saturday midday, I think the maximum was 5 and the average was 2. So we have a queue capacity.
10. You have a 10 capacity.
Yes, we have a capacity of 10. So what that showed us is, assuming the demographics are similar, which they're not identical, but they're definitely similar. And I feel that the commuter rail really added to the potential for activity at that location.
Maybe not on a Saturday.
Not on a Saturday necessarily, I would agree with that. Yeah, I think that that was a fairly good representation of what the expectation might be here.
And also, Mr. Neitz, one of the things that's anticipated is that if you have this additional offering on this side of the street as people are coming down, you will presumably have fewer people going to make the double left turns to get in and out of Forsyth Avenue into that Dunkin' Donuts as the businesses,
I've not observed that to be a problem at that facility. What I have noticed is that people are very patient and they get in line, but they're still backed out onto Station Avenue. And particularly, early morning. So I'll let that go for the moment. That's all I have for the moment, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of other things, but I'll wait.
Thank you. Mr. Need, Mr. Martin, rather, excuse me.
Okay, and I would also agree that we're happy to see that some advancements and changes have been made to come a little bit more in conformity where possible. My concern is still that this is just kind of an overuse of the site relevant to too much trying to fit in here, and it's in doing so, some of these variances are needed. Some of the variances you're looking for are still just convenience variances, as far as I'm concerned, relevant to signage in particular, where you could easily conform to proper signage as allowed within the town without looking for those variances. And I have some issues based on the fact that this board was kind of tough with mobile when they wanted a few things up the street to suddenly turn around and give a whole bunch of variances on a brand new property for some of these signage issues I'm still having some issues with. Thank you for putting the 4 trees in the lot. I'm not sure 2 of them I would consider in lot, maybe 3. The 4th one I would not. It's kind of on the edge of the driveway more than it is in the parking lot. Nothing's been done to address my concern that the buffers, the 10-foot buffers that are required within this property by the zoning bylaw, they exist, but 2 of them are compromised substantially by large retention bed. What do we call them? Ditches, I guess. Drainage.
Basins.
Ponds, I guess, yeah. Retention ponds. And I don't see how we can be leaving 10 feet of natural buffer and putting these retention ponds in. Matter of fact, the plans don't show that. They show the topography for the retention ponds going right up to the lot line. So I don't know how that buffer is being, I mean, maybe I can live with the fact that if you can plant trees on the beginning slope of the retention ponds slopes, I might be able to live with that. Some trees are being shown put in, some trees are not. Some places it's showing just bushes, but it's certainly not showing what would normally be required. And when we're removing the existing buffer, which is not supposed to be removed, I think that's another request that should have been made, and I don't think it has. I appreciate the adding of the hip roof on the canopy. It certainly looks a lot better. I still have trouble with extra signage there as well, and the big yellow strip. I mean, we're trying to make this. This is a brand new proposal, and the brand new proposals that have been built within town are usually very much in keeping with what we like to think of as our character and historic character, and so the less bright colors that we're having to look at, certainly, I mean, I know Shell wants that yellow stripe, but I at least don't like it. And again, I get back to the give and take. Yes, it's great to close the 2 gas stations and get rid of the tanks, and I appreciate and commend you on that. But I still don't know how that really plays into the variances that are being looked at here. I mean, I know you provided some information relevant to maybe how you can look at that, but I still have trouble connoting that those properties, somehow getting rid of those ties into the what we would normally look for the variance requirements to be met here, which is, again, topography and shape of lot and all that type of thing. I have a problem with that. I'm not saying I still can't be convinced that there's enough good here that maybe it could be foregone. But I'm still having some issues with too much in a site that's not really big enough for it. Curb cuts also, the new in-out, I guess it's good. I mean, I'd still like to see signalization, and I know there are people that may not like that idea for obvious reasons. It's certainly needed there, though. The 2 that are there now, I mean, I look at what happens at the job lot, parking lot, where they did these kind of curbs where they were supposed to limit, you can only right turn, but everybody's coming from the left, and they're taking these weird turns and making it even more dangerous. I can see people coming out of the site on the northerly after they realize that, and I know you're going to have some directional signage, I guess, but they're trying to get out on the curb cut closest to Route 6 to get back to Route 6, and they're going to take that and suddenly realize, oh, gee, I can only go right. Well, I'm going to go left anyways. And I only say that because I've seen it happen a lot at other properties.
A friend of yours might have done that.
Yes, a few people I know do that regularly, as a matter of fact. I don't, though.
No?
No. Yeah. Those are some of my concerns. I mean, we're getting better. I sympathize with the petitioner in terms of wanting to do this. I sympathize with the petitioner that this is the last undeveloped site here, and what, and if you were here 10 to 15 years ago, this would have been a slam dunk. And I understand that, and I recognize that. In one sense, that's not fair. On the other hand, when we're looking for a whole bunch of variances and trying to fit too much on a site that may not fit, I still have my reservations.
Mr. Igo.
Thank you. Could you explain this right turn only, this triangular that you have that separates the 2 of them? How is that going to be constructed?
Yeah. Oh, did you want to?
Are you talking the delta shape?
Yes.
You can go to the podium if you'd like.
Oh, you want to do the podium, or you want to look at the plan? Okay.
And Al McCallie, AUB Engineering. What we're proposing is a raised curbed island, and on the right side where we have some striping, that's going to be mountable sections so that the emergency trucks and the delivery trucks can make that turn and fit through that opening in the curb cut. So, but the entire island itself will be restricting cars from actually making those turns.
So when you say elevated or raised, you said?
Yes.
And how high would it be raised?
Probably 3 to 4 inches on the mountable end and 6 inches curb on the rest of the island.
Okay. Because are you familiar with the CVS on Route 28 in West Yarmouth?
I've been there.
Okay, well, they have a similar raised curb there, and they're, I think, about 3 or 4 inches, and I drive over that all the time and take a left-hand turn out of there. So
Yeah. So you're the one.
I do, I hate to admit it, but I think a lot of people do. I mean, I drive a pickup truck, so I drive over anything, but
Right.
We shouldn't be penalized for how you two drive, but
Good thing he's his own lawyer, too. So.
But there is another one that is down at the new Yarmouth Commons that's a little bit higher. When you take a left onto Ocean Ave from Route 28, I noticed the other day, I was looking at it, and that one's probably about, well, I'd say at least 6 inches high. Thought of that when I looked at this. I think that in this particular area, I mean, if you're really going to restrict somebody, I mean, the big trucks, they can drive over anything. They really can.
Yeah, we prefer not to drive the tanker over, we're trying to keep that as level as possible when we come on the site.
I don't know how much they can be elevated, but
Right.
I mean, if the goal is to prevent people from, taking a left turn in there, and I guess my question is, if I'm driving down northerly on Station Ave and I want to take a left in the right turn only lane, what really prevents me from doing that? I have a center lane, I can sit and wait for cars to clear that. What would prevent me from driving in there?
Well, you would have to go over that mountable section of curb.
Can I just drive in the actual driveway without even doing that right here?
you're talking someone going in the exit?
Yeah.
And now we're going way down the rabbit hole, but
Yeah, I mean, there's certain,
I'm just saying.
It will certainly be signed as do not enter, two signs, one on each edge. So all the standard signing will apply. But can somebody physically do it if they're motivated? Yeah, they can.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And how wide will that driveway be there? Will that be just for one car, or will it be wide enough for 2 cars?
each lane will be wide enough for 1 car.
Or just one car?
Yes.
Okay.
9 feet?
We're putting it at 12. Yes. And again, the reason for that is we have to get the trucks in there as well to make that turn.
Okay. And I had a question getting back to the other 2 locations. We're talking about closing down the fuel sales on both of them right away?
correct, as part of this project moving forward, yes. Yeah, the idea, as we put in the prior testimony, is that when this site, because you have to coordinate it, so when those sites will be shut down, when this site opens up, gas will be taken out, so there'll never be, you'll have the 2 stations there, and then when this opens up, you have the 1 station, those shut down, everything gets out of the ground, cleaned up, all the changes, and that's how that would work on phase 1.
And what about the following phases? Talk to me about the Shell station. What will happen there? Can you just run through that briefly?
Well, as part of phase 1, that we'll call it, for removing the gas operations, the sketch plan that we submitted to you would be implemented right away, which is adding a front buffer and removing an amount of asphalt that we'd submitted and replanting it on the sketch plan that you have. That would take place with removing the gas from that site. Then, and subject to maybe some change, but what we've proposed is that once you remove the gas, what you have there right now is the auto repair. And we have proposed that that would be eliminated no more than 48 months after the new site opens. With the Sunoco station, the gas operations would, again, like the Shell operations, be removed at the same time. Sunoco and Shell, they would end their gas operations at the same time. That site would be restored just for ground, and because we don't control that, and the owner would continue the businesses that he has there other than the gas. But then, again, within the 48 months, he's agreed that he would phase out all non-conforming use there as well.
And remove tanks?
The tanks would come out in phase 1.
Okay.
All the underground tanks come out when the fuel comes out. That's all done right at the beginning.
If you don't own the property, what prevents him from putting the tanks back?
Part of the agreement with him is that when the gas tanks come out and the pumps come out, there'll be a deed restriction put on the chain of title.
How do you do that if you don't own the property?
We've negotiated with the owner, and he's agreed, just like the Shell station, they'll do the same thing. We have a written binding agreement that a deed restriction will be imposed after the work is done.
And so that's going, so you lease the property, is that fair to say?
No, no.
You don't?
On the Sunoco, no. It's just an agreement with the owner that that's what he's going to do, and we will have those and those will be conditions of your approval, and we're comfortable suggesting
How do
those.
you bind an owner of a property like that?
Very simple, they buy it, they pay for it.
Yeah, it's a contract.
You're gonna
The
pay
owner's
some
agreed by
money to have this
contract to
guy
do it.
agree to remove its tanks and put it on as a deed restriction.
Okay. All right. And he's in agreement with that?
Yes, everything's signed.
Do we have copies of that?
Probably not. I wasn't going to necessarily be sharing contracts and purchase and sale
No, no, no,
agreements,
no. If
but I
you-
am representing to you
Okay,
that they are all signed.
In good faith, then?
It's fine.
No, it would be a condition of your decision. So if that is not, if for whatever reason, to your point, it wasn't done, then we can't go forward.
We can't open.
Can't open, because we'd be violating a condition of your decision. So, yeah.
So what is the long-term use of the Sunoco station?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. But it won't be fuel?
Well, it won't be fuel is an easy one. What we're saying on Phase 2 is that it will not be a pre-existing non-conforming hazardous materials use. So whatever use will take over what's in there now, which is car sales and repair, will be something that conforms to the current use table in the bylaw for the APD. So it'll be something dry, quote unquote, something that doesn't have hazardous materials. Because right now, both the Shell site and the Sunoco site are grandfathered to maintain multiple pre-existing non-conforming hazardous materials uses: fuel storage, auto repair, in one case car sales, and all of that would disappear on both properties as a result of this proposal.
Okay. And so would they be able to maintain the car sales? They would be able to do that?
48 months, no.
48 months only. We're saying no later, it might not be 48 months, but no later than 48 months after the new site opens, to take Sunoco to your question. The auto repair and the car sales would be discontinued. They would be voluntarily relinquished, given up, and some other use would have to be permitted for that site. Now, I anticipate, I'm not speaking for the owner, but just doing what I do, I anticipate that if this all goes forward, once the gas tanks come out, that owner would then try to find either himself or find a tenant and start the redevelopment process, because it takes a while, as you know, to permit a new project on that site. But that's what I anticipate would happen.
I mean, if you took those, what are the pre-existing non-conforming uses legally are on that site? Do you
Right
know?
now,
Other than what
Have a
you're
lot.
going to take away?
A legal office.
gas sales, car sales, and auto repair.
Auto repair.
All gone. That's all that's on the site, I think.
Okay.
And those would all go away.
So those are all going to go away,
Mm-hmm.
and so the owner would then come back to us if he wanted to do something new and start fresh?
Correct.
Well, the zoning does allow other purposes,
Oh,
other
there,
uses.
but you would need permission, you would need, well, yeah, actually, any redevelopment of that site obviously needs design review and site plan review. That's not you. I would anticipate, given the limitations on that lot, that almost any reconstruction and reuse would have to come to you for a special permit, because to meet it's almost impossible, I would think, to meet setbacks and coverages on that lot. It's just too small. So it would have to be a use, and so you and design review, site plan.
Benign use.
Right, it would be a use that you wouldn't probably, yeah, it would be more benign, whatever it is.
Real
But it
estate.
wouldn't be, yes, needs real estate.
No.
It would not be hazardous.
No more for me either.
I don't know, I'm getting smiling at this end, but this end, well, these two, I'm getting a little concerned. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, so now let's go back to the Shell station.
Called indigestion, don't worry.
So
We can take a break whenever you want.
we're gonna phase that out.
Yes,
Phase 1, we're gonna get rid of the gas tanks, correct?
correct. And add the front buffers, remove some of the asphalt, and replant it per the sketch plan we gave you.
Okay,
Is that
And-
going to be irrigated, by the way? So, sorry.
that's fine.
Because if not, it'll all live.
My client is saying, because I don't want to make Mr. Neitz too happy, but my client is saying that where we had asked for 48 months, he's willing to do something much, much quicker.
At the Shell station.
at the Shell station, which he controls, so that he can do that, to eliminate not only the gas and all the underground storage tanks, but also the remaining hazardous use there, which is auto repair.
Right.
So we would take away the fuel, we take away the car repair, we take away any auto sales.
Well, there are none at Shell.
We would say that there would not be any.
It's
Okay.
Well, you would just be saying that there would be no hazardous materials use, no non-conforming use.
Right.
So any use that's not allowed in the APD would no longer be allowed on this property where it is allowed on the Shell property where it is today. Correct.
And we could do, how long is it gonna take you to, if we agreed to this, how long would it take you to build that site?
The facility, probably between 4 to 5 months.
So would you agree to decommission the Shell station within 24 months?
After the other one opens? Or you mean just in general?
Just in general?
As a
As you're
condition?
building this, you could just take that one offline?
I wouldn't want to shut one down without opening it. We have employees
see.
that we want to try to move
All right,
and everything
right,
else.
right,
so
I understand.
Really would like
Okay,
to do
all
it.
right.
I mean, I would say within a week, we would cease operations, just to give us a little bit of time to make sure we work out all the bugs. The last thing we want to do is, when we've had it happen, you turn it on, something happens, you got to shut it down,
Right,
so.
right, I understand.
From a week, then we open that, the Shell station, all the underground, well, it will stop operating as a gas station, then I might need some more time just to get the contractors in there to pull all the tanks and start removing everything, but I would commit within 6 months of shutting it down, that we would have all the contaminants, any underground tanks removed from the property.
That's a biggie.
And the reason why we're proposing it from when the new site opens, not only to allow the business to move over seamlessly, we also need other relief. So after this, we have to go to the planning board to get some of the lots, then we have to go get the fuel storage license from the selectmen. So if we tied it just to a straight, there's a lot more time before we can actually start. If it's tied to when the site opens, then once everything gets approved, then we have that timeline.
Have you had any discussions with the highway department about this site, about expanding the width of the lanes on Station Ave at all? Has there been any discussions with the town about some type of a, okay, I just wondered if you guys.
No, that would be, when I talked in my introduction about a townwide solution, that would be a townwide solution.
Because I remember when the Davenport companies redeveloped the Shaw's supermarket area, part of their plan was to actually improve the infrastructure in the front. They widened it there, they did a lot of.
Are you talking on Route 28?
Talking about
Yes, yeah.
28.
I
I know
did-
that's different, I know that.
It is, I did the permitting for that site as well for Tedeschi and Davenport, and yeah, that was a different situation. Now, that was also a state highway.
Right.
And so it was a very different configuration with the light there.
I'm only using the comparison to just, I'm just wondering that during your discussions, if you had any discussion with the town, if they said, well, maybe we could widen this 2 or 3 feet, to give you more room to move in and out of there.
We did not have those discussions, and one of the issues that would come up is the same that came up with the Shaw's example that you had, is that required state takings. So properties on the other side of the street, lost some of their
Yeah, no,
land
I
for that. So it's a very different, it was a very different case.
You know if there's any room, or would it require, what's the town layout here? How much of that land that you're gonna, where is the town layout right here?
Well, this line
Is that line
is the
town
property line,
layout?
so the town layout's there, and I'm assuming across the street it's,
Okay.
Well, we're not
How
exactly
many-
sure,
how
but
much
it's-
do you guys show for a width of that road? Because usually we don't take the whole thing when we pave it.
no, you usually don't.
No.
Right away is 60 feet.
It's a 60-foot wide right-of-way.
So there's probably still some room for the town to take part of that property of yours if they needed it?
Well, maybe, but remember that you also got 3 lanes of traffic there, so, because of the center turn lane. So it's not your standard 24-foot wide
No, I
pavement. There's a lot more
understand.
pavement out there, so it's
Should the
wider.
town need that property in the future, they still would have it?
Oh, the town can, yeah, well, any development up and down that road, on either side of the road, if the town wants to take property, they can take the property. And
He's
then,
not talking about eminent domain. He's saying.
oh, that's what I thought he was talking
No,
about.
he's saying, is there still room within the layout to expand Station Ave further?
Oh.
He's certainly not
There's some.
talking about eminent domain.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, there's some here, and I would assume there's some on the other side of the street. I can't tell you how much.
The town planner is here, maybe she could.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a question on
Oh,
that.
my goodness. Aren't we blessed this evening? Would you identify yourself for the people at
Kathy
home,
Williams, town planner. There's about 5 feet, I think, on either side that hasn't been paved, but I think that's typically maintained for a sidewalk within the right-of-way. So to try and expand that for some type of roadway, then you wouldn't have the opportunity for any sidewalks in the future. I can't remember. It was happened before I came to town, but I don't know when they put that third turn lane in. I know the town spent a lot of money putting that in to solve a lot of previous problems. So town's already expended some money trying to fix up that roadway to improve it. So,
Okay, all right.
Are there plans for sidewalks on either side of Station Avenue?
not to my knowledge.
Is there enough room, Kathy, to put a sidewalk on their side of the road?
I think there's something within the right-of-way that's probably will end up being a little bit of planted, but there is the potential for that. I think if we end up having the situation where the Cape Cod Rail Trail does get turned around and come back down, you're coming back down to nothing. There's no sidewalks on that side of the road at all, even to get to like CVS or that type of thing. So some work would need to be done there, but a sidewalk project's much smaller than a roadway project.
No, I understand, I'm just, okay.
Now, one thing that,
Kathy.
oh, sorry. One thing through the chair that would be a possibility, and this is something that has been done in Dennis and not in some sites in Dennis and maybe in Yarmouth, is that because we don't know what the future may hold, if the town wants, something you can build in is a condition that if the town wanted an easement for a sidewalk in the future, 8 feet or something like that, that could be a condition that the owner, the applicant owner, whoever's operating, would allow and agree to and grant an easement at that time for a sidewalk if it was going to be moved in a different. So if someday the town wants to do a sidewalk, but instead of coming down the layout, it's coming down everyone's front property lines, there could be the promise of an easement, along this frontage. And that's something that is sometimes done when there aren't really any plans yet.
Okay. But now, when you come under that bridge there, if there's nothing there, you come under, it is tough. I'm just thinking about the people coming across from the bike trail. I think you're going to be, and I wouldn't call you an attractive nuisance, I would call you certainly an attractive business to go over to get. I mean, I'm a bike rider myself. I see something like that, I want water, I want a snack or something. You've got everything that they want. So they're going to come over to you.
Well, in fairness, if you're at the parking lot for the bike path,
Yeah,
there is a Dunkin' Donuts right there.
that's true.
So, I mean, if they want to brave crossing the street to go get a water instead of just buying it at Dunkin' Donuts, I guess they could do that.
Oh, there is more variety at the convenience store, Jim.
You got a Stop and Shop right there, too. I mean,
Now, the coffee drive-through, and I told you, expressed that it's intricate to the project, so you got to have that.
Yes.
I noticed, I've been to your 134 site, you have Dunkin' Donuts inside. There aren't territorial limits with Dunkin' Donuts? I mean, there's one right behind you on 134. They don't care? You can open one right here, there, and everywhere?
How Dunkin' Donuts operates.
Now you got to come to the microphone.
Yeah.
How Dunkin' Donuts operates, Andrew Delacapini. Every site is an individual development site. The operator that's inside the store at our facility in South Dennis also operates the one behind it, and was limited in the capabilities that he had in the back. Felt that he could actually, provide better service by having 2 locations, taking some of the pressure off of one facility and dividing it between the 2. That's really the only reason that he's in at that site over there. I think, and I have seen, competition usually takes some of the pressure off. I know the concern was, what are we going to do as far as taking pressure off? Coffee could be detrimental and so forth. Our facilities, we really don't have a problem with the drive-throughs because they really are a secondary to the primary facilities. For whatever reason, people think they might be a little bit slower. They might not have the variety that a full, blown-out either Mary Lou or Dunkin' would have. And in some cases, they're right to think that we do have a limited menu because of the space that we have inside the stores. The one thing is we do have the 10-car stack, but even within our capacity, we have even more ability to stack additional cars on our property before you actually would even get out to Station Ave. And in reality, what ends up happening most of the time, somebody fills up, they walk in the store and get their cup of coffee while the car is parked there. They don't get out, go through the drive-through and so forth. So we have that second means of being able to service our customers. So that's what it really comes down. And the challenge today is really most co-branders, if you don't offer them a drive-through, they're really not even interested in going into these locations. We were very fortunate in South Dennis.
And you don't know who you're going to have in there yet as the co-brand?
Not as of yet, but the only thing I can say is if I've done 8 locations within the last 3 years, 7 of them probably been Mary Lou's and 1 has been Dunkin'. So, and chances are this one will probably end up being a Mary Lou's. We haven't signed any contracts or anything else with them. It's their geographic area. They're a family business. We're a family business. We work very well together. So I can't imagine that it would be anybody else other than them.
Would you object to a restriction on not having a Dunkin' Donuts there?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I just, since I haven't negotiated a contract, and this is a public hearing, it would really create havoc for me trying to negotiate a contract at that point there if I'm limited to who I can have.
I see, okay.
There also might be constitutional issues with picking on
State Commerce Clause.
by specifying a specific user. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but
Well, I'll be frank. is what
Can
I'm
you,
saying.
can you imagine that the words we're speaking here tonight could be before the U.S. Supreme Court?
it'd be a first, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you why I said that is because I think when you put up the Dunkin' Donuts sign, everybody's coming in. Now, Mary Lou's, I don't even know if we have a Mary Lou's on the
There's one
Cape.
on 132.
Okay, I've been to Mary Lou's before. I like Mary Lou's. Okay, but people that aren't familiar with them have to get to know them, especially if they're down here. You put up Dunkin' Donuts, they're right there.
I will tell you, we put up a facility in Raynham with a Dunkin' Donuts. Our facility's here, there's a Papa Gino's next to it, and a Dunkin' Donuts with a drive-through. The facility we put there doesn't have enough capacity to have a drive-through. Mary Lou's wanted to get into that location. The day we opened, there was nobody in the drive-through, and we had 9 people waiting in line to use the Mary Lou's. So they have a designated clientele that really likes to patronize them and to go to their locations. And down the Cape, this is really their stronghold.
I mean,
So-
I think the 2 busiest Dunkin' Donuts that I can think of is Station Ave and West Yarmouth. And they're always packed. And if you put a Dunkin' Donuts in there, you're going to be packed all the time. You're going to be packed first thing in the morning, at very busy times. That's really, I think, a concern that we have collectively. I think it's that drive-through, really, that,
Well, I
How about
think, I think you made a very good point, though, that with 12 service station
Fueling
bays out
facilities.
front, people getting gas, if somebody comes in that driveway and sees the line for the drive-up that's almost out to Station Avenue, he'll say, well, I'll fill up the car and I'll go in and get the coffee while I'm filling the car up, so.
That's the fortunate part that we do have. We have, the way the facility is laid out, it has tremendous amount of circulation around it.
Exactly.
We have parking not only in the front of the store, but we also have them at the islands, and somebody can always top off 5 gallons and walk in. So,
Exactly.
and from what I've seen, traffic at our locations normally is, I mean, we're not Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts are just an anomaly that happens. Our facilities, customers just get to the point where they almost balance themselves out. If it's too crazy, they leave and go someplace else. I mean, it's not like we're the only show in town. There's a lot of other places where people can go. People don't want to be inconvenienced. It's called a convenience store for a reason. You know, people don't want to be delayed. They don't want to wait. And so if it is too crazy, if it's 12 deep, I guarantee you, within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to be 8 deep because people just don't want to wait. So, and I've just seen it happen. I've had discussions in front of a lot of boards, and they're concerned about the traffic. And I assure them, and then I happen to see a council member 2 or 3 years later on the site, and they're like, yeah, you know what, we've never had a problem over here. So I don't have a contract with anybody. I'd like to probably put one together with Mary Lou's.
All right, I think we need to move it along.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
I'm all right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I've got a couple, and it's going to be more to the procedural aspects of your application as opposed to the specifics.
Okay.
And I want to go back to, you've asked us to read decisions, and I've quickly read the head notes and then gone to the decisions to look at the operative head notes and the language concerning them. So speak to me, if you will, about the second component of the grant of a variance and hardship owing to circumstances relating to soil condition, shape, or topography. Let me speak to you before you do. I know we can do a lot of other uses here. This is a town-wide designated B1 zoning district. And so the desire to have commercial enterprises here is part of our overall zoning plan here in the town of Yarmouth. And there are so limited and so few B1 zoning districts, say for 28 in this short strip of road, that, you know, it makes sense to me that some commercial project is going to go in here. And I want to tell you, from just my point of view of looking at what you've tried to do here, I like it very much. I agree with what I've heard. I have never left the Ocean State job lot location and ever turn left. I've never turned left when you're supposed to turn right, because I live to the right. So, you know, it just makes sense for me to get home. But I see someone doing it, yeah. And I would agree that I would really think that that berm would be sizable to make sure no one can do it. I don't know why we don't have a regular curb as we'd see along any parking lot.
Severe tire damage results.
Pardon me?
Severe tire damage will
Well,
result.
put in spikes for all I care. I don't care. I just think that, you know, as a practical matter, it could very well be made that delta that I'm looking at there is never going to allow for a left turn out of that right turn avenue. Okay, even if you made it more severe, frankly, and drew it a little closer towards the driveway. I'm not overly concerned about the proximity of the driveways. I do think that moving that up to that location and doing that sort of Y or delta look to it, and then the way you've you've designed the other driveway is good. And then I compare it to what could be there. And what could be there with the same sort of save but for this proximity of the driveways relief that you need. What could be there are two driveways going in and out that we can't do a darn thing about. That's what could be there, with a building that completely conforms to that location. So when you look at it, and I'm paying attention to the cases you're citing, but I want to have you cite a little bit more specifically, not on the individual parts of the relief, but why you think cumulatively these cases stand for us being allowed to consider element number 2 of the zoning requirement, of the variance requirements, as being something applicable here. Tell me about the topography. Tell me about the use of this parcel a little bit, will you?
Okay.
Because I need convincing right now, honestly. Okay.
If I could, before I do that, if Mr. Hart wanted to just respond to one thing, a technical point that you had made before I do that.
Yeah, so on the island, everything you see in green is, everything that's green on the triangular island is full curb. So what you see in a parking lot, 6 inches.
The height of the curb?
6 inches.
Oh, okay.
No one's driving over that with a car
I thought I had
and
heard
going to drive
earlier
out of
that
there after they do.
There was a lower portion on
No.
one side.
See, on the right-hand side, see the little gray strip? Right. That's
Not from here, I can't. I'm so colorblind, so forgive me.
There's a minor gray strip on the entrance between the
Just point it
gray.
out to me.
Yeah. So that's a little less, a 2 to 3 inch curb, and the reason it's less is so that the back wheels of the truck, as it enters,
They come
can
in.
drive over it. But it still provides the channelization that vehicles will usually respect.
Okay. But on the outflow side, it's going to be 6 inches in it.
Absolutely,
That's
yes.
6 inches from the grade of the road.
Correct.
Okay. And what would be the fill in between there?
It's usually, it could be grass. It could be low-lying plants, but the plants that would be in there would have to be limited in the height that they can receive,
sure.
because we'd want to maintain sight lines at all times.
Sure. And so the question was asked, but I never heard an answer. Is this site irrigated, intended to be irrigated on grass? Or how is it going to be maintained?
There's usually irrigation,
All right.
according to Mr.
So now, I'm sorry for getting off track. Will you go back
Yep.
and respond to me?
Oh, no, thank you. I took us off tracks, and I appreciate your...
That's fine. Doesn't matter who did it, we're off.
All right, back to your question about the hardship and the cumulativeness of the relief and the cases that we cited. In everything that we have submitted to you and been discussing with you for months, I look at this project as a cumulative, holistic project. Everything we've been talking about, it's this site, it's the Shell site, and it is the Sunoco site. And 48 Section 10, which is the variance provision of the state law, which the town bylaw copies, so it's the same language, discusses the need for variances for particular land or structures when you can't meet the bylaw. What we are saying to you is looking cumulatively, as you have stated, and looking cumulatively at the entire project, there are, in my mind, numerous instances of where the hardship criteria, soil conditions, shape or topography of the land or structures are met.
Speak to them.
Specifically, the largest one is the fact that you have the historical development of the structures and uses and pumps and tanks and buildings of the two existing gas stations located within the APD. Because, to your point about this being the B1 commercial district, you're right. The uses, these gas station uses, if this was not an APD, if it was just a B1 district, straight special permit.
Sure.
We probably would have been done 2 meetings ago. And so what makes the difference, what is unique here, is the fact that there is an overlay district. That overlay district was imposed, it's been there a long time, I can't tell you when it went into effect, but what I can tell you is that before it went into effect, the Shell and the Sunoco gas stations existed, with the buildings, with the tanks, with the pumps, with the infrastructure. Those are all pre-existing conditions that I submit are part of structures, which is mentioned in both the zoning bylaw and 4810. And the fact that the soil conditions and topography is the fact that you have the water-sensitive natural foundations, formulations that are in this area. That is what is under these 3 properties, 2 of which have, right now, pre-existing non-conforming hazardous uses on them, things you shouldn't have in the APD with older design. And those sites, so the Shell and the Sunoco, cannot be upgraded the same way. They're either too small or they're too, the shape is, particularly as far as Sunoco, the shape is just, I mean, it's a kind of a rhombus triangle. I believe that when you look at those and when you look at the fact of what we're being proposed, this is, and I've used the word 3 times, or every time I've said it to you, this is an innovative proposal. We're asking you for something that you haven't seen before, where we're trying to make what's really an area-wide improvement. And the reason these are all connected together gets to the hardship, Mr. DeYoung, which is that you have it in the APD, you have these existing structures, landforms, and improvements, the gas stations, that can stay. Those businesses, those uses are there. They can stay, they're protected, and they are there, and that's fine. This project, needing relief, moves it. You know, we're shifting it. We're moving from, you know, Site A and Site B to Site C.
2 sites onto one.
Correct.
We get that.
But it's in the same, and to me, and to our position, I believe that those justify the hardship as you're cumulatively putting all of this together. And that's why I've said, if you look at each individual piece of what's being proposed, you could say no to any one of those pieces if you want. But when you look at all 3 of them together, I believe we meet the statutory criteria. And if you look at the cases that we submitted that talk about uneconomic, you know, what is economic unfeasibility, which 2 of the cases talk about, they're saying, look, other uses are allowed on these, this is just referring to the cases, other uses were allowed on those pieces of land. But those pieces of land, for various reasons, did not lend themselves to being developed in that manner. and so people went and sought use variances. The courts in those cases also discuss that when you look at a reduction of present or future risk or harm, that is something that a board can look at. And we submit as hardship. The court says that can be a hardship criteria or a piece of the hardship, that you are reducing or eliminating an existing threat of harm or a future threat of harm. I would submit that with what we've given you, we're doing both of those in spades, which is we're reducing existing threats and we're preventing and mitigating against future threats. Again, I see it as part of the hardship.
You know, that's an interesting thought. And the reason I like that kind of an idea is because we are talking about taking older tanks, and I know they're still responsible for their sites, but replacing them with much more modern equipment, underground equipment.
And less of it.
And less of it, sure. But it's interesting that you want to draw all three together, because none of the cases you've cited to really have any point on, look, here's a real good way of looking at this and this type of, and it's such a unique fact pattern, I don't think you'd find.
Right. How often would you find that, right?
But I do think that, you know, the argument about relief here because it creates economic uselessness for the property if not granted the relief isn't necessarily true. I could conceive of a lot of businesses that would only need a little relief on the driveway separations that could be conducted there without needing any variance use. But I'm very persuaded personally, and I'm thankful you chimed in on that, that when we're talking about the global of all three, now we're reducing a risk in the APD and have a plus on that, which is the biggest thing that we're concerned about in this district. Because again, the commercialization of this district is a given. It's a B1 zone district. I mean, I don't see this as an offensive use at all in this district, save for the fact that there is this underground aquifer right there. And if we can protect that aquifer by granting relief here, so be it. I'm going to come to some of the specific relief at some point when we get to those, as we might consider them individually, or maybe not, who knows.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just would add to the discussion a little bit, I think, and maybe it's the economic unfeasibility of the continued use of those other two sites, because if they continue in their existing capacities without any major improvement, because they're not going to be competitive with other sites in the future because they're just outdated. You know, maybe it's the uneconomic or the economic unfeasibility of those other two sites that points to the need to upgrade.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because, I mean, I'm going to say to you that I could see that tank, that Sunoco station in particular. I know that the petitioner has come here before us previously with the Shell station seeking relief, for example, on signs. You remember? They wanted the higher sign and the oversized sign, and we said no.
Yeah.
Practically no. No, sorry, can't do it. Not because we were trying to discourage gas stations down there, but because it just wasn't right. We had to be aware of the sign code universally town-wide, not just at his location. So, you know, that's why I'm saying when we come to other issues, we might have to have some more discussion. But what intrigues me about this argument is that we have a Sunoco station, which is now not pumping, but tomorrow could go into business, could probably put in a little, do away with his garage there, and could probably put in a little convenience store that might draw people, or maybe a smoke shop to draw people in there.
Marijuana store.
Whatever it could be, you know, a smoke shop, a vape shop, whatever they call them now, because you go into the town of Barnstable, you can't even sell cigarettes in a convenience store. I don't know if you're aware of that. They've taken them right out. So, you know, right out from the public view, you've got to go to a 21 or over room only by town bylaw now in the town of Barnstable. It's ludicrous, but whatever. So, you know, you open up that Sunoco station with something else that's a draw there, and you want to talk about a traffic disaster. because that wasn't a very active station before, because it never was, built to be an active station, never advertised or put forth to the public as it's something that would draw people in, but put something in there that would draw people in. My goodness, you're going to have a traffic problem right down through that district. So I'm very impressed with the changes you made. They certainly are in conformity with what I was hoping to see, something along those lines. And I'm starting to become persuaded by this idea that we have to look at it as three parcels as opposed to one. I just wanted to hear your words on that before we went on. I do have reservations about some of the other relief as we get to the individual ones, if we do. Mr. Nicanello?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I must say, I got to compliment you on all your hard work, your devotion to make this happen. I understand you want to move up a little bit so you can be closer to the exit so you can sell some more gas. Basically, is what it comes down to in my mind. But, we sit on this board and we don't just look at next week or next year. We look 100 years from now. What do I see there in 100 years? I see electric fuel station charging. I don't see any gas anyways. So
I'm seeing levitating cars, but
I'm just saying, I believe in the future, those stations are going to be something else. Oh, by the way, Dunkin' Donuts gets 5 million customers a day, just so you know that.
Not just at South Yarmouth.
Could be, yeah. I just want to tell Mr. Agro that. Very busy company. That's why they own a stadium. But anyways, I appreciate all the hard work. I understand the condensing of the gas. But we're going through right now on Cape Cod a big water problem. And we're asking people to spend a lot of money to preserve our water, which in the next 100 years will probably be the #1 commodity on the earth. We spend billions of dollars trying to find water outside of our planet. And for me,
Outside the planet.
to allow another use of gas on an aquifer, I have a hard time with that. I understand the condensing and eliminating those two, but those two tanks have regulations and they're monitored. And if something goes wrong, those people are responsible for it, just like you're responsible for your tank now. It probably needs to be replaced, right?
There's no requirements to replace it.
When it starts leaking, you got to replace it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
How old is that tank right now in the Shell station?
35, 40 years old,
And what's the average life of a tank?
30 years. But there's no requirement to take them out.
I understand that, but if it starts leaking and you have monitors there,
Right,
people come monitor how often?
annually.
So next year they see something, you're got to do something.
It's a lot of leakage in a year.
Well, I'm just saying.
The new site will actually have much more intense monitoring, and,
Right.
and you wouldn't, that's one of the benefits of condensing it is
understand
the
all that.
improvement.
But in 2119, that system's going to be old, isn't it?
Right.
Right. So it's going to have problems too, just like the station now in Sunoco and Shell. Everything ages.
Right, but between now and 2119,
Yeah.
with this new site, you've protected that water that you're concerned about better by right now improving all of that infrastructure and reducing by 16,000 gallons materials that could threaten it.
I get all that.
Yeah.
But if the Sunoco and Shell station went away, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I would like to see electric fuel station charge there. Right? We're putting them in Kohl's, we're putting them at the mall, we're putting them everywhere. It's happening. Volkswagen's not even making a gas engine anymore.
But those aren't the uses that are on the site now that will
I
continue.
understand
I mean, I
all
appreciate what you're saying.
I
but-
understand all that, okay? I'm just trying to look beyond 10 years. Maybe if my kids ever have kids, I don't know if they will, but,
Well, to your point, Mr. Nicanello, if you look beyond your 10 years,
Right.
look to electric charging car stations. If you have what would then be a 10-year-old site, this one, if you approve it, it is much more adaptable, thank you, I was going to struggle with that word, to the new future use, and it would be cleaner, it would be easier to take out whatever tanks are there. So even under your scenario, I think that this represent a better protection for what you see as the future than trying to upgrade the two small sites, odd-shaped sites nearby.
I don't really probably see them being upgraded. I think if the tanks had to be pulled, they'd probably change the use, in my mind. Okay. I'm just letting you know how I see things, that's all. Whether
And I'm trying to change your mind.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and that's perfectly fine. But in our aquifer protection, we don't allow any of what we're talking about, period.
Correct, and if we weren't, to Mr. DeYoung, to the comment I made to Mr. DeYoung, if there weren't two gas stations that we were closing down, we wouldn't be having this conversation because we wouldn't have applied.
Absolutely.
The reason we applied and the reason we've put in so much effort into this with all sorts of moving parties is because we think it actually is a win-win-win. And you're right, otherwise, if this was just a gas station on this piece of land, a third gas station, we wouldn't have applied.
I mean, I'd rather see the petitioner buy the property to the right on the north side of the Shell station and go to town, because now it's right next to the parking lot for the bike trail, and you probably have a little more room.
The challenge is the depth on the property.
I understand that, but still, it's you get your challenge on this property too. You know what I mean? So you're a little more depth on this way, but you're more wide on the other way. I still got a problem with people crossing that road. I mean, you're appetizing, you're looking great, you got all the bells and whistles and the flashing, people want to come over and just throw money in your place to buy a Fig Newton, whatever, okay? That's a hazard.
That exists today with CVS and Wendy's and Sweet Tomatoes. I mean, there are businesses there already.
Get it.
Yeah. And that's why we've tried to talk to MassDOT about that.
Oh, I'm sorry you didn't get an answer.
I'm sorry we didn't get one either. I will also tell you that the owner of the CVS Wendy's property is in the room behind me right now, and he has no objections to doing the same thing. So, I mean, I think everyone's on the same page as to wanting to make sure everything's safe. You know, I don't know, to what Mr. Hart said, you know, the state, and I didn't realize it was this long, but he said the permitting for that whole bike trail and parking lot took many years. Well, there must have been many studies. And with 90 cars and no sidewalks and a level of service F for coming out of it, I assume someone felt that it wasn't a hazard.
It's level F today.
Yeah. But crossing the street even. Someone must have felt at the Cape Cod Commission or the state or somewhere that it wasn't so much of an issue because it was permitted. I wasn't involved with it, but that's, you know, but it's there, so someone must have thought it was good.
Well, it didn't require APD approvals. It didn't require the APD.
Oh, no, certainly not for the APD, no. And I'm not against it. I've used it, so I think it's a good thing, but...
And you know the bike trail is not complete. Once it's complete, it's going to be a little different scenario. Okay, once it goes from Hyannis to Provincetown, or wherever it's going to end
at
up.
the ends.
Okay. I mean, Hyannis has a big connection to draw people this way, or park this way and go back west. Who knows? Okay? Yeah. But it's not complete.
Okay.
On Cape Cod Farms on Route 28 gas station, you guys been there? You seen that? It's up by the...
down in West Yarmouth?
Yeah.
By the old trampoline, or the trampoline place.
Very nice structure. Has a great look.
Yep.
No big lines. It looks like it's Cape Codish. It's very what we're used to. Okay. I get the manufacturer wants the stripe and all that stuff. I looked at it. I don't want to open the bed sheet I got here. You can look at it right there. I agree with Mr. Martin. It's sticks right out. This is Station Avenue. People come many miles and get off Exit 8, which is a gateway to our community. It doesn't reflect a Yarmouth look, in my mind.
Okay, I would ask you to recall the pictures that I submitted of the existing Sunoco and the existing Shell, which have more colors.
Oh, I know.
So, and again, I also would remind you that...
But we couldn't control it back then.
No, but you'd be getting rid of those. And this, with the colors and the flat design, was approved by the town's design review committee. They saw no problem with having that here. Now, the applicants made the change to the design, but I don't think the color is not Yarmouth. I don't think the color is going to detract from our community. And again, that's a subjective matter of interpretation. But I would point out that it was approved by design review committee, which is the board that does look at that.
Well, we're on the Board of Appeals right now.
I know.
So, I'm just,
And I wasn't there that night.
You submitted a letter.
I'm just letting you know the thoughts in my mind.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Did you have a landscape plan on the board here with all the trees I saw in the bed sheet, or I have to open this up?
Not a, yeah.
Okay. So what I saw was a bunch of trees on the front island, right? And the sign, and there's no visual effect. If I'm trying to look north to take a right going south, I'm gonna be able to see? Or am I gonna have to look through all these trees and the big brick sign that's gonna be on the side of the road?
We set the sign back from the edge of pavement. It's
Yeah.
back about 10 feet, so that's not going to block visibility. And all the plantings along the front landscaped area are going to be low-lying so as to not impact any line of sight.
Okay, thank you. Again, appreciate everybody's hard efforts. I understand where you want to be, I appreciate that, but this is just what I think about. Whether it's right or wrong, makes sense or not, these are my thoughts.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you.
I go back to the original application, April 11th, and I see that it's only talking about two properties, the two that are being combined for this, and the additional element in the rear. I see no reference here on the global aspect of the proposal that you've been putting forth. The global aspect is attractive, certainly, because there are positive and negative elements that they portray. But in no way is the original application describing anything of a global nature involving the other two properties down the street. So that's item number one. I do agree with Mr. Martin on the bioretention areas and the buffer designations. Everything is much too crowded. I think that those are significant elements to the consideration on the site. I noticed with the new submission of documents, these revisions, have they gone before the design review board again? Have they been resubmitted?
No, they have not. Typically, projects do not go back once they're before your review for more advisory review from those committees.
All right. Part of my question here has to do with the circulation pattern that is being shown on these TD and TP documents. What gets me is that circulation for your fuel truck and for the fire trucks are all counterclockwise, and then you throw in here some boat trailers going clockwise. It seems a little strange that we're gonna have both opportunities here.
Could I interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry. Could we take a short recess? We just lost a board member.
Yeah, he was just gonna, sure, we can take a recess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Barron. I just, from a legal point of view, I'm just concerned if not everyone's in the room.
Take a 10-minute recess.
I apologize.
All right.
What? No.
Not a problem. No. That's natural.
Have some.
Have some dinner.
Yeah.
We're gonna go in and order them.
Have something. Have whatever you want.
Kathy, have some dinner.
We had sandwiches.
I like those.
No, I like those.
Take another one if you
Anybody
want.
want candy?
Are you candy?
Then you get up the podium, chocolate.
Bouncing off the walls.
This is interesting.
It is that. A lot of time and effort on everybody's behalf. No, not just them, but us. Spent a lot of time on it.
Towns, people.
Well, 8 o'clock, we're not out here.
Did you have dinner early?
Not really. I have a little snack, but I like to eat late.
Yeah.
8 o'clock is when I usually like to
That's the
eat.
European in you.
Is that what it is? The Europeans all eat late?
Yeah, I do.
You have to wait till 8 o'clock if you want to do an early bird.
There you go. The early birds start at 8. Boy.
Well,
Stretch my legs too.
yeah, it's probably a good idea to walk like that. Oof.
Haven't even got to the public yet.
Well, then it's free for all now. If the dentist is doing it, it's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
There's anything you like, there's all kinds of different things. Milky Way, everything. So cheap. Tom Canal brings it to us. Now do you need water? Okay. That sugar is good for you. It's good.
Well, I have friends who can fix them.
I guess, yeah. I mean, the patient part, I'm not good at.
Yeah, after a while.
Hey, what's going on? Just have, you know, I mean, I'm negotiating the deal now. I mean, we're in like round 5. I mean, I'm just. But I
Get to a point where when is enough enough?
Yeah, I know. Well. It's gonna happen.
Glad you put the AC on. Get a little warm. Yeah. Well, that's true, I did. Oh, it's really? Oh, no, thank you. Mr. Nicanello, thank you for putting the AC on.
I don't know how it got up so high. I had it at 68.
It was getting a little toasty out here.
Well, we had so much body heat here, it was kept down. Now we all left the room and it's got cooler here.
Drago actually is the one that suggested it, so.
Like the intermissions, like.
But,
Again, design review. Take another look at it. That doesn't make sense. Kathy was giving me a sign of. Makes no sense. I think we should have recess rather than intermission. You want to play? Go out and run off some steam? Or in recess? It did? Should have worn a long sleeve shirt, huh? Sound turned it down. Come back in here. Keeps us awake. I could think of so many other things I could be doing tonight. Ooh.
Did you get double pay for late nights? You get double pay for late nights?
Good comp time. Comp time. But cumulatively, she gets about 3 weeks vacation. I saw that in the paper, yeah. She was
Back to Mr. Barron.
So we're now back on the record with this petition, and Mr. Barron was in the process of asking some questions or making some comments. Mr. Barron?
Yes, I was questioning the circulation patterns that have been described in the most recent submissions, most of them counterclockwise, and boat with a pickup and a boat trailer going clockwise. It doesn't make any sense. To me, that triangle on the northern entrance does not make any sense. If it was just the the right turn into the site, that would be fine. But that second restricted right turn only coming off the site, while it might seem to work out, it destroys whatever circulation of an in and out type of arrangement, circulation pattern, a counterclockwise circulation pattern. It's counterproductive to that kind of approach. It just makes sense. You come in one side, you go out the other. Putting that little element in there is a confusing element. Makes absolutely no sense in the world. The next item that I have noted is the Land Acquisition Committee, to my knowledge, has not yet met. That effectively is your APD offset element. And do you have any? Would you have any comment about that?
And let me ask you, I have actually several comments that I've written down in response to all your comments. Do you want me to go, you just want me to answer that one first, or would you like me to hold them all?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, through the chair, as to the Land Acquisition Committee, I spoke with Assistant Town Administrator and Karen Green by email, and staff has been meeting, and they have agreed with one of the parcels that we discussed is eligible. This is at staff level. And I have sent them an email with a suggestion as to how to structure it. My understanding is that the Land Acquisition Committee was going to be holding their meeting sometime in the next week or two, or three, based on comments I got from the town. So that process is not complete, but again, what we had submitted to you was a request as a condition in your approval, because it's needed, that the off-site open space mitigation land would be obtained and deed restricted prior to the site opening. So a similar condition, which would be very typical, just like we have to go and get a fuel storage permit afterwards, we have to go get the planning board approval afterwards, we'd have to just complete the land acquisition process. That process is in process, we're going with as the town's moving along with it. You know, we have applied and following what they're doing.
Okay, because I sit on that committee.
Yes, I believe.
Which we have yet to meet.
Right, and I was told that you guys were going to be meeting soon.
The committee has met,
Yep.
but it has not been turned over to the designated committee for the Land Acquisition Committee.
Right.
You said you were going to address the circulation issue.
Yeah, well, actually, Mr. McCallie can. I'd like to address some other comments after, but if you'd like to address, we can address that first. Sure.
Well, we're actually going to follow a sort of rhythm in this meeting that's going to be dictated by the chair, okay?
Please.
So answer his question if you can.
Again, Al McCallie, AUB Engineering. There's 4 turning templates in the package. Each one is to show a different thing. We have a couple that are just to show that the fire truck can enter the site and exit the site safely for the fire department. There's a tanker truck delivery, which just is showing that we can get the truck to the tanks. The truck with boat traffic, we're showing that can get to the fuel pumps. So each one of those turning templates represents a different function for a different vehicle. I don't see any issue with the fact that the truck with trailer comes in the other driveway and follows a different path, because they're trying to get to the pumps. They're not just trying to get to the site and get out. And we'll have signs at that pump telling the customers that's where you need to go in order to get your truck and trailer filled. So there'll be a learning process, but that will be the path that they will take. So it makes sense to us that there'd be different paths for different vehicles providing different functions.
I just find that very confusing down the road. But let's go on to the next point. About the bioretention and buffers?
Through the chair, if that's to answer his question. He asked the question, I just wanted to answer through the chair.
You can answer any of his questions, yeah. I just don't want to do an en masse representation, that's all.
No problem. I did confirm, the building commissioner had stated this at the last meeting, and I reconfirmed with him that so long as the edges of the drainage swale are planted, which we have agreed and are willing to do, then that conforms to the zoning bylaw and the buffers and does not require relief. So we submit that that is a conforming aspect of the proposal. And if I might, on a legal point, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Barron's comment, I do not have all my original applications and amended applications with me, but if you look at them, we had included the maps and parcel numbers of all 3 of these parcels. We've included their addresses, and they were also included as everything, whenever we appeared before the site plan review, design review, and before you, they have always been, all 3 of these parcels were always included as part and parcel of this project.
Nevertheless, the original request was not global. It may have included global elements to it, but that's my main point.
Okay.
And I understand as I said, the positive and the negative aspects of the global proposal, but I personally don't think this is a good project for the site or for the town. At the end of my
Thank you. Thank you. We have 3 bits of correspondence. We have Colleen Medeiros, who is here. Am I right on that, Ms. Medeiros? Would you rather I read your, why don't you come right up to the microphone now? Instead of me reading, my voice is failing, Ms. Medeiros. Thank you. You're with the Cape Cod Commission, I understand.
Sure, yes, Colleen Medeiros.
Tell us all about what your submission has.
Sure. I'm a transportation engineer with the Cape Cod Commission. Do you want me to just summarize it and so we can keep going, moving on? So basically, this email provides a summary on a review of the VHB access alternatives memo that was submitted, providing the 4 alternatives they looked at for the different driveway configurations. Overall, they took a presentation of providing access management alternatives, whether it's the signalization, preventing left turns out, which you can start to see with their preferred alternative, as well as alternative 3 looked at the one-way circulation, and then alternative 4 ended up with a combination of right turns and allowing one still full access driveway. We presented a brief summary on the 4 alternatives. The signal concept was based on the existing geometry of Station Ave, and so that was dismissed in their memo. But we just wanted to make note that, to really look at a traffic signal at this location, you'll have to take a quarter-wide look. Obviously, you have the other 2 traffic signals. They're all going to need to talk. But to really make a signal work, you're going to need to look at maybe additional roadway widening and turn lanes. I'm sure other property owners will want to, improve their access as well. So there needs to be a larger dialogue probably with that alternative, and you've kind of heard that tonight already. It needs to be more of a town-wide dialogue. But I would encourage that dialogue to continue, but it may not be just a simple solution right now to install a traffic signal. It has to be a larger look. One of the alternatives, well, 2 of them, alternative 3 and 4, which alternative 4 is where they ended up, but also alternative 3, they do have merit, but overall, we feel that there's still some congestion and safety issues with the preferred access alternatives. And you've heard tonight about the LOSF, the failing operations at the driveway. It's existing. All the other driveways, commercial driveways on this corridor have this problem. But what you really want to break it down to, and this is getting a little technical, so forgive me, but it's a volume to capacity ratio, and that ratio is showing that this driveway, the southern driveway, is going to operate over capacity once this store opens, and that is unacceptable. So that is concerning to us, that this driveway is going to already operate. It's going to have more demand than it can handle, and that's during that summer condition. So that's when you start to worry, is there a safety concern with vehicles exiting? If they all can't get out, so they might be doing some illegal movements that they may not want to. So that's a big concern with this one. Alternative 3, I wanted to point out, does not operate over capacity. So that's one that does have potential merit, not to throw a wrench in the mix right now with the site circulation. So it's putting the northern driveways all entering movements. The southern driveway would be all exiting movements. But that one does have merit, in our opinion, to provide a safer operations. However, it's the LOSF. We know that all the long delays will be here. So I just want to make sure you guys kind of understood some of the safety and congestion operations going on in this corridor. A couple other key notes. They said that the analysis is over conservative, and that that was based on some observations conducted but in April. It's now August, and we know that operations are a little bit different now than in April. So people are driving differently. There's more volume on the road. So I just want to point that out, as well as we still don't really understand how things are going to operate in this, busy peak season that we're all really concerned about. And then one other thing I want to point out is the drive-through chip generation is based on Mary Lou's. So I just want to point that out. So we still don't know, there may be additional traffic with the Dunkin' Donuts. We're really not sure, because all they provided to us was a comparison with a Mary Lou's. So we need to take that in. We all kind of know our own anecdotal observations with Dunkin' Donuts. So that's something to keep in mind. And then I wanted to point out with, the bike path conversation, we didn't design it. So I just want to make that clear for the record. The Cape Cod Commission is, a participant helping bring funding, and currently, Barnstable under design. That extension, we would love to be a part of the design, but unfortunately we're not. That's a MassDOT DCR project. So we necessarily didn't design the parking lot to design with LOSF, but it might be today. But wasn't involved with that. So overall, you're presented with a challenging site. We feel that there are still some safety and congestion operational issues with the alternative presented tonight, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
Please.
Can I, you said that alternative 3, as far as enter and exit, was acceptable?
Well, it's
from your perspective.
It still presents the long delays with the LOSF, so that's concerning, but knowing that, unfortunately, that's probably what happens today on the corridor, but it's a little bit more, it could operate because it has capacity to handle the traffic under that scenario.
Okay, and I'm a little unsure which sheet is, no, do we have number 3?
No, they didn't move forward with that option.
Oh, I see, so we don't even have.
No. They just did the traffic.
Randy's letter explains in detail all 3 options that they analyzed.
Is it in that? Yeah.
No diagram. There's no diagram.
It's not a diagram, but that had the driveway in the same location as
Driveways
the
in
original.
same
As the
location,
original.
But you said that there's exit only on the
Southern.
So on the, so you,
North was.
yeah, okay, so the southerly one would just be exit only.
Right.
The northerly would be
Enter.
in and out, right turn only. Right turn in, right turn out.
No, just
southerly.
enter only.
Enter.
Oh, enter only, I see.
Yep.
Exit only, I see, okay.
And with that site alternative, I would encourage reconfiguring the site in more of a fashion to enforce a one-way circulation. You've seen this on other sites where you angle the pumps and angle the parking spaces, so it's intuitive that this is a one-way circulation, because there are concerns about enforcement of, it says enter only, but someone's going to take the exit. I don't care about signs. But there are there's another further steps you could do to enforce one-way circulation, such as diagonal parking and whatnot. But that one did show a little bit more merit, we feel like, than what's all shown today, because of the driveway is failing and it's operating over capacity. And that over capacity is it's just not acceptable to have a driveway operating like that. And I don't know what the other ones are on the corridor today. I mean, I think Stop and Shop might be as well. But, this is a brand new site. We're looking forward, for the future, and want to make sure it's not going to fail on day one, and we want to make sure it works properly on the corridor. So,
Thank you. Exactly.
Any other questions on the board for Ms. Maderas? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Maderas.
No problem.
All right, now we have two other pieces of new correspondence.
We're closer to the mic, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Move closer to the mic.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'll be happy to speak louder, but I won't. So we have two new pieces of correspondence there by Warren Woods. Is Warren Woods here? Warren, would you like to speak in lieu of the correspondence?
Actually, correspondence should speak for itself. I think.
Well, no, either you're going to speak or I'm going to read it into the record, one or the other.
You can read it into the record. I think
Okay.
it's complete. I hope you don't mind wasting the time, but those are my thoughts on the matter, and I
I
agree.
think anything you tell us is a waste of time. Did I hear you say?
But I
Now,
agree
can
with
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there a need to do both letters, or does the second letter cover what was in the first?
Second probably covers most of it.
May
That
I-
was a
Do I have your
nice
permission
assessment.
to just read that then?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Woods. So, Dr. Woods, I apologize. So, yesterday I received courtesy copy of the supplemental memorandum filed by Attorney Singer on behalf of his client, Calibia. The following comments I'm going to just get through as quick as I can. So, are my thoughts concerning the memorandum. In the introduction section of the memorandum, the applicant once again incorporates activities at nearby properties as part of his application for variances and special permits for the 473, 479, 487 parcel he is interested in developing, where in fact what transpires at those other businesses has nothing to do with this application. In the conclusion section of the document, Mr. Singer describes several cases in which the Massachusetts courts have affirmed the granting of variances, both use and dimensional, when there are specific factors regarding the shape and or topography of parcel or parcels of land and the structures thereon which render economically reasonable and practical use of such land or structures infeasible absent the requested variances. Although I am not an attorney, the cases Mr. Singer cited further in the documents do not seem to apply in this instance, particularly since there are no structures on the parcel, the land is flat, and the shape is almost rectangular. The court cases and decisions cited do not seem to apply here, although they are interesting. The applicant continues to apply for a variance for specifically prohibited use on the parcel, specifically the installation of underground fuel storage tanks. There is no legitimate need for the board to grant a variance for the storage of underground fuel on this site in direct opposition to the zoning laws. The applicant also requests additional relief from the zoning laws because they do not wish to comply with the zoning statutes regarding the canopy front setback, parking in front of the building, center line of driveways, plant species, front buffers, tree spacing, photometrics, and signage. In my opinion, the applicant still wants to ignore these zoning requirements and develop the property as he desires, trampling on the specific requirements of the zoning bylaws. To justify their argument to the board, to justify their argument that the board should grant the applicant variances and special permits, the applicant states that a literal enforcement of the zoning bylaw would involve substantial financial or practical hardship to the petitioner. The hardship is owing to circumstances relating to the soil condition, shape, and topography of such land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structures. The above statement by Mr. Singer confuses me. Parcels 473 and 479 are owned by the members of the Luby family, according to the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. Parcel 487 is owned by James Matchnick. Thank you. Okay, there we go. According to the Barnstable Registry of Deeds. Unless I am mistaken, Calibia Enterprises does not own the parcels. It is most likely that they have a provision in a purchase and sale agreement or an after-purchase document that requires the permits for the proposed gas station, convenience store, restaurant prior to their purchasing of the lots. Let's just stop there. That's a wonderful assumption on the doctor's part, and that's probably exactly accurate, isn't it? That you have purchase and sale agreements with conditions that you granted the relief you seek here tonight. So since Calibia Enterprises does not own the parcels, I fail to see why they are suffering any hardship. That's a pretty common application of a purchase and sale agreement. The owners of these parcels can easily and reasonably sell them to another party who will be able to build a structure on the property that's conforming with the bylaws of the town of Yarmouth. They are also obviously suffering no hardship. Glebia Enterprises LLC should locate a parcel of land to develop for their needs that conforms with the local applicable zoning laws for that lot. Mr. Singer also states the proposal will not result in a significant increase in traffic. That statement is based on data gathered by the applicant's traffic study. Any additional traffic in the area is significant. However, the increase in traffic has nothing to do with the increase in traffic congestion that I postulate will be dramatic. The plans submitted with the memorandum, especially sheet TP1A, clearly demonstrate the traffic will back up onto Station Ave, and even minor backups of vehicles and trucks trying to enter the proposed north entrance of the gas station / convenience store. As a consequence, the driveway to my office building will be blocked, limiting the access of emergency vehicles into my parking lot. We have multiple annual ambulance runs to my office each week. Any blockage of my driveway could mean someone might die if an ambulance cannot enter. The admonition of the board to Mr. Singer to accept the applicant's proposal to combine the removal of the underground tanks from the Shell and Sunoco station as part of this project seems to be an effort to intimidate the board. His claim that in exchange for the relocation of brief distance north along the same street in the same zoning and overlay districts with a new, smaller capacity, state-of-the-art facility, a facility which is needed in this commercial zone and is authorized by the underlying zoning in the area, is a substantial hardship. I do not know how this is a substantial hardship. Also, there must have been a change in the zoning bylaws last week because, as far as I know, underground tanks are still not allowed in the zoning applicable to this site. Finally, I am unaware of a need for this facility since at this time there are multiple gas stations, restaurants, and food stores in the area. For the above reasons and the reasons I have previously sent you in letters to the board, I respectfully request that you deny the applications of Glebia Enterprises, LLC, to build a convenience store / restaurant and gas station on the combined parcels of land. Sincerely, Dr. Warren D. Woods. Thank you, Dr. Woods. Now, there have been new proposals presented to us this evening, different in kind than those which we had on the previous hearings. I don't want to hear a reiteration of what's already been said by anybody, but does anybody care to speak in favor of this petition, and particularly concerning the revisions to the plans and the project that we have been asked to consider? If so, please come to the microphone. And would you identify yourself for the board, sir, even though many of us may know you?
You're very kind, Mr. Chamberlain. Rob Chamberlain, a lawyer with an office in Yarmouth, residing in Dennis, which I know may cause you to discount most of what I have to say after this point, but some courtesy would be appreciated in that regard. Thank you. I represent the major landowner here, which is the Lubies. Obviously, we're a proponent of the project. I also, as an aside, happen to be the landlord for Colbia in Dennis, so it's been interesting to hear our project discussed at some length tonight. I can attest to the fact that the applicant is a AAA operator. These guys are the real deal. They know what they're doing. They are extremely honorable. In my dealings with them, which have been extensive, they have done absolutely everything that they said they would do. And as a member of a board, I'm kind of concerned sometimes about who may be coming to town and who's making representations, and are they really going to stand by what they do? And I can simply tell you from my experience with them that they have done everything and more, actually, that they said they would do. And I think, I can't speak for the town of Dennis, but I think they were engaged in an extensive project in Dennis. We had a tricky situation there. The original gas station there went back to 1965. The major development of the site probably took place, I want to say, in the mid-'80s. And this recent project was a total demolition and total reconstruction. And the governing board there in Dennis was the planning board. And it's interesting, they raised a number of the issues that you gentlemen raised. There were, in that particular case, I think it was fairly known at that point that it was, I don't think there was a deal in place, but it was likely that it was going to be a Dunkin'. There was concern expressed about the Dunkin', and the funny thing is, I mean, because I kind of have to answer for it to some degree, I've spent a lot of time on that site. I've been on that site this summer when every single one of those gas bays has been full, and that thing is operating, the whole site is operating full bore, and the site works great. And it's not a dissimilar situation. So granted, we don't have the drive-through, but that raised other concerns, frankly, because a lot of the concerns were that there were going to be parking issues, it was going to create pedestrian issues, there'd be this, giant inflow into the, for getting coffee every day, and it just really hasn't turned out that way. Is it a busy site? Yes, it is, but it works extremely well, and there really just haven't been any issues. Similar concerns, and you certainly, we all, we're all human, we all understand the concerns, but there anyway, they haven't played out, and I don't really see any reason why they would play out here, especially where you've got a Dunkin' down the street, which is going to take the majority of the traffic. They're just not going to get a majority of the traffic, even if it was a Dunkin', which they say it isn't going to be. So it probably isn't. I expect it to play out that it would be a Mary Lou's, and you're not going to have much of an issue. So anyway, beyond that, the traffic issue I'd just like to address briefly. Although I'm from Dennis, I've spent my whole life on that corridor. I've seen it grow just like all of you have. And it's difficult as on behalf of a landowner to sit here and watch the depth of analysis that's gone into the traffic issue when you think about all the projects that have been permitted. Now, of all those projects, I can't attest to which ones came before the Board of Appeals. You gentlemen would know the answer to that. I suspect many of them did, and I doubt that any of them got the analysis that this project has received. Now, it's a number of factors. It's the sign of the times. It's the fact that they're the last one in. But the problem that exists there didn't just pop up. It's been a gradual process, and every one of those businesses has a share of that problem. They all contribute to it, everyone that's there. And under those circumstances, it just seems to me, from a landowner's perspective, that it's just manifestly unfair to deny these people a reasonable commercial use of their property. So from that standpoint, this is an excellent proposal. The town of Yarmouth could do a lot worse. There's a number of benefits. Ultimately, you guys have to weigh it. You're the ones that have to weigh the benefits and the detriments. But from our point of view, it's an excellent project. And in terms of solving the traffic problem, I don't know what the town has in mind. But if we're going to use the traffic problem as a way of denying the project, then I think the landowner is kind of entitled to know what the town is doing to solve it. Is this going to be a permanent reason to deny reasonable development of the property if nothing is in the works to solve it? And it would seem to me that the town would be much better off if a global solution is needed to have another player. So by introducing this player into the site, if you're going to use the betterment process, you've got another player to solve the problem. So from that standpoint, obviously we're biased. We are proponents of the project. My client has a financial interest. We acknowledge all that. But giving it a fair analysis It seems to me that the benefits greatly outweigh the detriments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions, Mr.
Any question? Please, sir, Mr. Chamberlain, if you would, before you leave.
Sure.
And by the way, what was the name of that corridor that you were referencing over there in Dennis? It's got some name. What is it?
The Route 134 corridor?
Isn't there another name?
I could, but that's, yeah. Yeah.
Is that station in Dennis located on Aquifer?
No.
Thank you.
At least there's no overlay district. I mean, isn't everything over an aquifer? I mean, I'm not a hydrological person, but there's no overlay district. No, I'm answering your question, I think. So there's no overlay district. Yeah, I assume the same issues apply.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else care to speak as a proponent of the plan, of the permits being requested? And seeing none. Does anyone care to speak in opposition to the, surely come right up, you're going to tell us your opposition different in kind than you told us last time. Good enough. And while you're walking up, I'll say, good evening, Mr. James Vieira. How are you? Jamie
Good evening,
Vieira.
members of
How
the
are you,
board.
sir?
I'm very well, thank you. Jamie Vieira, Vice President of the Davenport Companies located here in South Yarmouth. To the extent it matters, born and raised in Dennis. I'll apologize for that. Party and interest, given our ownership on Workshop Drive. I mentioned the last time I was here the variance criteria and the applicant's, I believe, failure to meet that specific criteria at the time. And in response, and I apologize to Mr. Singer for the homework assignment that the board subsequently gave him. And I read with interest his memorandum, and here's where I'd like to address and talk to the board about. On page 3 of that memorandum, if you have it.
Among other things.
I know you've got a lot of paper.
Sure. No, we got it.
Page 3, about halfway down the page, starting on the far right-hand side, is a sentence that begins, "The board's review is not based on the application of the criteria discreetly." That's the word that's there. So it reads, "The board's review is not based on application of the criteria discreetly to each aspect of the proposal." I think meaning we're not just looking at this particular parcel, but rather collectively to all of the land and structures involved in the proposal. The proposal represents one overall holistic redevelopment. And in response to the chairman's question, we heard again tonight that when looking at these criteria, this was a holistic project. Now, the problem with that is I don't believe we can look at this as a holistic project or a global project. And the source of that belief comes from your own bylaw. Section 102.2.2 is the power of the board. The board has the power, quote, "to hear and decide appeals or petitions for variances from the terms of this bylaw, including variances for use, with respect to particular land and structures." Particular land and structures. So I took out a dictionary, and I looked up the word particular. And it says, of, relating to, or being a single person or thing. So what does that mean? It means the power to grant a variance is with respect to a singular piece of land. So, and it makes sense, because the soil condition on a piece of land one place in Yarmouth should have no bearing on the soil condition of a piece of land in another part of Yarmouth, or topography, or soil condition. And so for this particular piece of land, still have not heard a singular reason to justify variance criteria or relief. Instead, we heard about the inability, supposedly, to upgrade 2 other pieces of property. So I'll ask you, let's take that as true. The fact that these other pieces of property can't be upgraded, what bearing does that have on the inability to meet the front setback for this property? The answer I submit to you is nothing. What is it about the fact that they can't upgrade those properties to what they would like that allows you to deviate from the front yard setback here? Nothing. It's not a shape factor. It's not a soil condition factor. It's not a topography factor for this lot. So everything about all those other properties, nice idea, but irrelevant. Nothing to do with what they're looking to do here. Same with the use. The use is in direct contravention for what the APD allows. What is it about the shape, soil condition, or topography of this site that precludes them from putting a conforming use on the property? Nothing. So not only is there not any of the criteria, they don't even have a hardship. Because they haven't come to you and said, because of those unique circumstances, which they haven't, the only thing we can do here is something in violation of the specific terms of the bylaw. There are scores of things you can do in the B1. They just happen to pick one thing of the 3 or 4, maybe 5 things the APD expressly prohibits, which is in direct contravention of the bylaw itself. So I appreciate, again, and everybody here is admirable and honorable, and there's no suggestion of anything different than that. But before we go off about anything global and before we go off about anything else, I would ask you and urge you, because we have to, look at those factors, but only as to this particular piece of property. And when those things are done, it can't pass. Thank you.
Well, wait a minute, before you leave.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Vieira before he leaves? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else care to speak in opposition to this petition? So now we're going to close this here.
Could I rebut?
Sure, would you like,
Not in opposition. I'd just like to rebut if there's no one else in opposition.
you're not shut off from speaking. I'm just shutting off people. You've been here once before, Mr. Singer. So what we're now doing is we're closing off any public's input to the petition. We can open it up to board discussion, deliberations, responses from Mr. Singer if he'd like. Go ahead, Mr. Singer. You had a litany of things you wrote down that you wanted to respond to before, and we were kind of going off track. So why don't you do what you need to do now, and then we'll start talking as a board. How's that?
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I don't think it's a litany, but I do have a few things I'd like for your consideration. As far as the zoning bylaw and the language, if we are going to be parsing words to Mr. Vieira's comments, I believe that, as I've stated, that this proposal is authorizable by variances, or by you considering them, for the multiple parcels. And he mentioned, he read the zoning bylaw, I have it, I won't pull it out, but he mentioned 10222 and said your power refers to particular land and structures. Well, land is both a singular and a plural word, and structures is a plural word. I don't see any contradiction in the cases. There are no cases that say you can't do that. I believe it is entirely justifiable for you to review it as a cumulative, holistic proposal that we're sending before you. Now, you might say no. That's your discretion to say that. But I believe, contrary with respect to what he mentioned, that it is authorizable. As far as the existing conditions to that point, because if you agree with his argument and you disagree with my argument, then everything I'm about to say is moot because you're going to vote no. But assuming that I get you over that hurdle, look at the existing sites that are out there. You have buildings that violate setbacks. You have parking that violates setbacks. You have curb cuts that violate setbacks. Everything violates everything on those two lots because they're so old. This site has much more conformance than those sites. It's not perfect. I've stated that. We're not hiding anything. But if you look at the full in and out curb cuts, multiple ones on those two sites, the other two gas station sites, and you look at where the buildings are, and you look at the asphalt and everything else, respectfully submit that this is an improvement. And that gets to the third criteria of the variance. There's always going to be gas stations, to your point, Mr. Nicanello, as long as we have gas stations. There are always, I believe, going to be gas stations on this strip of land. You need, in this area, this part of the road. We need the gas stations, which means The 3 gas stations that are there now are going to remain. This is an opportunity, and both through the health department, the Board of Health, everybody we've talked to, peer review. The town had a consultant do environmental peer review. We had a peer review, an environmental consultant. Everyone who's looked at that believes that this proposal will get exactly what you want. It will improve the water. It'll improve the water quality by A, reducing the threat to the water quality, B, having much less storage in the district, having less asphalt now on the Shell site when it's more subsurface drainage is provided by percolation through. All of those protect the water. This is an extremely unique situation. If this project doesn't happen, all the agreements with Sunoco are gone. So Sunoco can go do it, and we have no control over them. It's another owner. The ability to deed restrict the property, the ability to get rid of the car sales, the ability to get rid of the car repair, the ability to get rid of the gas station, gone. It will remain. Now, to Dr. Wood's comment, I'm not saying that to intimidate the board. I'm saying that as a reality. It's, you balance what happens and what doesn't happen. It's just a reality. They stay. The Shell station stays. And if that's your decision, so be it. They'll stay. But I would ask you to seriously consider that we believe this project is the best and actually a wonderful and unexpected ability to take 3 properties and improve the Aquifer Protection District. And that, I agree with you, that is the goal. Improve and protect the APD. We respectfully submit that this project does that.
Very good. Well, I don't feel that any of us are intimidated by you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Or by the submission, so.
Now, if it had been my father, it might have been a different case, because,
So now let's move it on to board discussion.
Thank you very much.
Because this board is going to go home at 10 o'clock with a decision on this petition, okay? And I think that what we ought to do is, the members that are considering this matter tonight, I think that we have to go to that very first thing that Mr. Singer just spoke to. Do we even have the powers? Do we have the powers? Well, frankly, I disagree with Mr. Vieira's interpretation of it. I think we have the powers. That's my point of view. Would anybody like to speak to that differently, say a different point of view? I also think we have the right to think of this as a global matter, because our charge in this instance is to protect the APD. And if we can protect the APD in a manner in which it faces potential risk now, but maybe has a better solution moving forward, I think we have a right to think of that in a global capacity. I don't see anything within our zoning bylaws that prohibit us from doing that. So, that's just my 2 cents. That doesn't mean you get any relief. It just means that unless somebody would like to speak differently on those topics, let's move on to consideration of the specifics of the relief that is being sought. And in that instance, those are the very first 3 that are noted on the zoning analysis revised August 1, 2019 sheet. And this is now the point in this meeting where, after all the hours we have put into it, as Mr. Chamberlain has said, the inordinate amount of time that would be played to this, I disagree. I think that if we need to have time and time and time again to make this project right, if it can be made right, if you're going to get relief, I'm satisfied it's good time spent. But what we're not going to do is have debate by anybody other than board members now, okay? So let's go to the first request that's being made, that of a special permit to allow in a B1 zoning district and in an APD, motor vehicle fuel and service, eating and dining establishments by special permit. Let's speak to that. Mr. Neitz, what are your thoughts on that?
Is that allowed? I think, I share some concern about the
It's also got to be by variance.
the density of use, but I think I can live with it. I think I've been harping a little bit, even from previous meetings, about the drive-through. But I think I'd rather have the drive-through than somebody looking to service vehicles in that location, and we're getting rid of potentially in the next 48 months the service capacity of the other two stations in addition to the gas capacity of the other two stations. I'm also swayed by the traffic consultants and the petitioner's experience in other locations where the 10 vehicles on site should be sufficient. And I think it's different in that on that side of the street maybe than the other side of the street, where the Dunkin' Donuts is a little bit more accessible to the year-round community, and that's more the people coming in off of Route 6 that are more likely to stop for gas or for directions or for snacks or just a cup of coffee on their way in before they check into their summer rental. So I don't have a huge issue with the special permit uses.
And I think that speaks to the variance, too, because the only difference between the two is the special permit is because of the combined in the B1,
Right.
and the variance being solely because of the APD. So what do you wish to speak at all further to that as well? Or? If not, it's perfectly
No,
okay.
I don't think so. I think, I've observed personally the operation that's in existence in Dennis. It's the only one of those facilities that I've ever visited, but I think that it's extremely well-run. I think it's extremely clean and well taken care of. And to hear the landlord, who has been known to be critical of other tenants in the past, espouse their benefits, it was a pleasure to hear. It's not a full-service restaurant from the standpoint of serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's basically coffee and donuts, maybe, and that's not it's not the same category as far as I'm concerned as a full-service restaurant.
All right. What are your thoughts, Mr. Martin?
Well, I still have some trepidation in terms of certain things. It's an awful lot of variances that are looked at here. Well, actually, I'm just on first part. I'm sorry. The universal aspect of it in terms of applying it. I mean, I don't know. I read the bylaw. I have trouble putting these three parcels together as one. In essence, I have some of the same concerns that Mr. Vieira does. Could I get around those concerns? Probably, but I'm sitting here festering right now as far as that goes. I'm not sure whether we're producing some precedent that we don't want to do.
Okay. Mr. Igo.
Getting back to whether we can consider these as three, I certainly agree with Mr. Vieira's position. Normally, I think he's right on point with that. However, I think with this is a little bit different, and I don't know if there's any case law on it. You suggested, Mr. Singer, that you don't have any when you're taking more than one parcel, but I think what makes this a little bit different is the petitioner wanting to build this new site also has the ability, and he controls the other sites, and he can take those offline, which he's suggested that he's going to. So he's going to affect his other sites by doing this site. So I think we can look at this all as one. I'm very impressed by the fact that we have the ability to take the Shell and the Sunoco station basically offline. The petitioner has represented to us that he's going to eliminate the fuel service, or the service, and the car sales. So if those three things happen at those three sites, I think that's a real plus. So, I mean, especially with the Sunoco station, that's a very difficult piece of property there on the corner. It's always been what we permitted there before, I don't think is what's happening there on the ground. That's another issue, but there's a lot going on at that site. It's very, very small, so for us to be able to take that offline, I think is a very, very good situation for the town. The Shell station is the same way. If we can eliminate that and take those uses out of the APD, I think that's a real positive. As far as this site is concerned, I had real concerns about the traffic in and out. I think the way that they have proposed what they're going to do for the in and out, the northerly in and out, I think is workable. I think if they have a raised curb there that you can't drive over. Now, when I said I'd drive over the one down there in West Yarmouth, I'll just tell you, it's only this high. Everybody can drive over it, even if you have a low car. All right, but something like that, I don't think an average car is going to drive over it, because I think they're going to worry about getting hung up. So they're not going to get cute with that. The other one, I think you have to realistically have a wide, serviceable entrance for bigger vehicles. If you're going to have boats come in and out of there, and you will, it's summertime. Or anybody with a trailer, workmen, landscapers, whoever's going to come in, they're going to come in, they're going to grab stuff, they're going to get out of there. So you got to have the ability to circulate the site, and I think they can do that with this. I think there'll be ample room in there. I was impressed with what Dick said about who comes in and you know, it's not a full-service restaurant. If you come in for convenience, you're in, you're out. You come in for gas, you're in, you're out. You come in for coffee, you're in, you're out. So no one's going to be there for a long period of time. I don't think that's going to take up a space for a long time. So, of course, when we have these times in the summertime, every place is busy. So, do I think there's going to be times when it's congested in there? Yes. I've been over to the 134 site a couple of times. I went over there specifically to see how they were doing on a summer day. They were very busy. But as Mr. Chamberlain said, I must admit, the site worked well. And I looked at the site. I went in there to Dunkin' Donuts. I wanted a cup of coffee. So I thought that worked okay. I think this particular site is laid out better than that site as far as flow is concerned. I think this one may be a little bit easier to negotiate. I do have my concerns about the coffee drive-up, about how that might back up, but they do have quite a bit of room in the queue. And again, that's probably not going to be all the time, and I don't think they're going to put the Dunkin' Donuts down the street out of business. You may be competition if you are Dunkin' Donuts. If you're Mary Lou's, I don't know that you're going to do as much. I think eventually you will, because as I said before, Mary Lou's has good coffee and good things other than that. And so we're just speaking with this particular, the variance on the site here? Is that what we're speaking to?
Yeah, yeah.
So.
The special permit and variance. Yeah.
Okay. I think just taking those two issues in and of itself, I would be in favor of this petition, because I just think the benefit of the town with the ability to get rid of the other two sites and the way they've devised this and come before us tonight, I think this is workable. And I do think it's a beautiful business to have in town, by the way. And I do want to stress that, because that is a nice business that you have. So I certainly, on those 2 points, I would be supporting this petition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Nicanello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what everyone has said. I really do. I can appreciate what the petitioner is trying to do. He's trying to modernize. I don't think he's going to put a lot of money into the Shell station. It's, as you heard him say, the tanks are 30 years old. He may just leave, and then Sunoco may leave, and then we'll have no gas in the APD. If we allow this, which is, it could be allowed, we're going to have gas in the APD for 50 years. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Barron.
As I stated earlier, the The initial petition is for single property. It is not global, despite the despite council's assertion that it has been global from the beginning. I too agree that the APD is a key element that everyone is focusing on. In my former professional life, have been involved with the public water supply for many decades. So the protection of the APD is essential to me as well. But I just don't think that the site is proper the way it's been configured, and the other two properties really don't complement the site that's been proposed. And I'm an alternate, so I have no final voice in the decision. But I obviously don't approve this kind of project.
Well, whether you're a voting member or not on this particular petition, your input is always very much appreciated, Mr. Barron, in each and every time you sit, whether voting or not voting. I disagree with some of what I've heard and agree with some of what I heard. Quite frankly, I believe we can do a global resolution because I think it's incredibly nearsighted of us to look at this idea of global versus what's on the face of the petition. The petition is the face of the document which tells us what relief is needed for this site. The global resolution is one where we take a greater number of tanks with a greater number of gallonage and remove those entirely in favor of a lesser number of tanks, a more modern number of tanks with the most modern technology there can be, that hopefully will take us through to when we have nothing but electric cars or some other source that still may evade us in thoughts today, and bring us to a better protection of leaving 30-year-old tanks in the ground until they do fail. Because that's essentially what we know does happen. And they are in the APD now. So to remove these potential tanks of 30-plus years from the ground and replace them with brand-new modern technology in the design of the tanks and in the monitoring of those tanks with less gallonage and less tanks, to me, is a win-win. And if that can be done by looking at other properties and indeed restrict those other properties to make this a better protection for our APD in this district, I see it as a great thing. I'm not impressed that we lack the powers. Perhaps a higher court and a higher deliberative body will tell us that we lack the powers, but I'm not impressed that we do. We have them, in my opinion. And so as a consequence, I think we can look at it, and my belief in this is that there is squarely a benefit to this town met by this petition moving forward, and that I will speak and vote in favor of a special permit and variance. Now, with that, what I tried to do as essentially a polling of this board, do you wish to proceed with the vote on the special permit and the variance under the use relief requested?
Yes.
Because we then need to deal with all of the dimensional and sign issues. And we're going to try and get through these this evening. We're not going to do it in bulk, that's for sure.
Right, but the first one is the key to everything else.
Pardon me?
The first one is the key to everything else.
I fully agree.
We're not going anywhere else if the first one doesn't go.
There you
All
go.
right. So let's now deal specifically with that portion of the petition which spoke to a special permit. And that special permit being for the use table the change from the use table to use table subject H6, that of motor vehicle fuel and service in a B1 zoning district where no service is proposed, and H10, that of eating and drinking establishment in the APD.
I'd like to make a motion that.
Please, Mr.
I'd like to
Aguirre.
make a motion that we approve the special permit requested.
Is there a
Pursuant to H6 and H10 in the B1 zoning district.
And can you tell us, sir, on what basis, and keeping in mind the requirements of the special permit, on what basis do you make that so
I have the
that
following conditions with that, too.
Sure.
And the condition that I would put on that, and I may have more than one, is that they eliminate all existing uses at both the Shell and the Sunoco sites within 36 months.
Well, would you be more specific? Eliminate all existing uses?
All existing uses, whatever they have.
All
for-
existing non-conforming uses?
All existing uses, right now.
I'm confused. Are you suggesting they should tear the buildings down and make them bigger?
I'm just saying whatever uses they have on those properties right now.
All existing uses.
What uses would survive?
Of what's there now, none, but I think a stronger
Why don't we
vision
say-
to protect would be eliminate which is what you asked for before, eliminate all pre-existing non-conforming uses.
How about eliminate all non-conforming uses?
That's fine.
Why do we need to be any more creative than that?
We don't, as long as that covers.
fine.
They were pre-existing non-conforming.
But you don't even need-
Wouldn't be
You
non-conforming.
don't even need to say that, though. Just non-conforming.
But the uses, right, okay,
do conform.
non-conforming
They
uses.
exist.
Those are non-conforming uses. When 30, may I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Clarification?
Pardon me?
A question of clarification. Are you within 36 months for gas and the others, as we had discussed about splitting those up? I just want to make sure from where.
I'm just putting 36 months right now for purposes of discussion. That number could change, but I'm just putting that condition down.
Well, on the one hand, we hear 48 months on the Sunoco and 24 months on the other one.
We heard 6 months on the Shell station.
Yeah, oh, yeah, actually, when he was done with, sure.
Okay, so.
But that was as to pumping gas, though, Dick.
No, that was service.
Am I wrong on that?
He had agreed
Everything.
to take it out of Shell sooner, yes.
I'm going to do two different conditions. I'm going to say, eliminate all non-conforming uses at the Shell station within 6 months
Of the opening of the new station.
of the opening of the new station.
Didn't you offer to do a lot less than that?
No.
That's gonna be fine. I mean, I'm probably gonna,
I mean,
When I shut
in
it
other words, you
down-
open the new station,
yeah.
I would think you close those
Chances
within a
are,
week or so.
but because of the challenges, project's not gonna get done this year, so by the time.
No, I
it goes through
understand keeping it
permitting,
No, no.
open
if we
until
get
the
it-
project's
No,
done.
no,
I'm just
Yeah.
thinking
he's not
with
saying
the-
within 6 months. He's saying within 6 months of the
Of
new
opening the
opening.
new station, that's fine.
So why do we need to go 6 months of the, I agree with Dick. Why do we need more than 90 days to accomplish that?
Because I'm taking the tanks out of the ground. I mean, shutting down the operations is
No,
one thing.
no.
Oh.
No, the use.
Yeah.
Eliminate all non-conforming use means stop selling gas there.
That's fine.
And then any other use that's not
Well,
permitted.
the gas is immediate.
Yeah,
No. You're not going to sell gas the minute that your new station opens.
within a week, as soon as the new site's open. I think you might be mixing apples and oranges. We were talking, the gas stops, but, you can just turn it off. But you need some time to actually pull all the stuff out of the ground and remediate and all that.
Seek operation of the uses at the Shell station, and then we'll just say everything's got to be removed within a certain period after that. You want to do it that way?
Yep.
So why don't we say that
I think
as
operations
soon
should stop within 30 days.
as soon as you're operational,
Within 2 weeks after.
within 14 days after you becoming operational, all sales stop at the Shell station.
This is the new number one
This
condition.
is the new number one condition. I figured there was going to be some talk about it. That's why I just threw 36 months out there, because I didn't know what everybody wanted to do.
It's
Okay.
6 months.
Now,
and the
now we have to have the removal of the,
Repair services.
well, removal of the tanks and all that. We're going to put a condition on that?
Yeah, I think so.
And how
6 months.
long do you need to take that stuff out of the ground?
I'd say 9 months is more than enough.
Yeah.
9 months?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
why
gonna
don't-
do it as soon as I can,
Okay,
but
but-
whether.
It depends on the time of year, yeah.
Right.
9 months.
So do you want to say 9 months to remove the tanks?
Those are all tanks. And
How
to,
about the repair services, would that stop?
That stops too.
it stops in 14 days.
All non-conforming
Stops.
uses
Okay.
stop.
At Shell,
Yep.
At Shell.
at Shell.
Okay, so then 9 months later, all the tanks have to be out of the ground.
At the show.
So for clarity, we're within 14 days of opening of new site, all non-conforming use at the Shell station will cease.
Correct.
And I don't know if you're getting to it, but I'd like
The planning
to see the Shell station, planted and.
That would be part of the 9 months.
Yeah. the
In
9
doing,
months.
within that same 9 months, the tanks would be removed and the new plan we gave you would be implemented, because you do it at the same time.
Okay.
Part and parcel.
And by the way, it wasn't mentioned, but it needs to be irrigated.
It's what?
It needs to be irrigated, okay, because everything will die otherwise.
Okay, so new plantings, so new plantings, so it'll be as per the plan that they submitted to
Right.
us?
Yep.
Correct.
There's 350.
I'm going to say site improvement instead of just new plantings, okay? Site improvement, as proposed, shall be implemented.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, do we have to talk about the site being free of any contaminants or anything? Do you know if that?
Oh, that's 21E, they're responsible for that, we don't have to have any, we're not getting into that.
All right.
But let's get into the Sunoco, let's
All
not
right.
forget the Sunoco as we talk about
So the Sunoco, all existing non-conforming uses at the Sunoco shall cease.
I think you need to split those up. The gas will stop within the same 14 days.
Okay, the gas will be 14 days after
The opening
the
of the
opening
Right.
of the seasons.
And what we've negotiated with the owner was no later than 48 months that he would stop the other non-conforming uses.
Okay. So 48 months later, he shall cease all non-conforming uses.
Correct.
And these need to be by demonstrated and recorded deed restrictions.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we make that part of your condition as well.
Yeah.
And that is what we have told you.
That's what your agreement is, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then we're gonna put in, let's talk about that deed restriction. So,
Well, wait a minute, what are we doing on the 48? I haven't caught up with you. Within 48 months, 48 months of this, the grant of this petition.
No,
Sunoco
of the new-
sta-
new
of the
station.
Opening new
of the
station.
Why do we have to wait 48 months for that? I'm not following.
Well, it's the same reason with the
it's-
9 months for the other one is
Wait a minute,
that
I'm presuming you're going to sign a contract with Sunoco.
we have.
Okay, that's great. So that, why does the 48 a month limit there now get added another potential 6 months is what we're being told we need to have to develop this site? It's 48 months from the grant of this permission. That's what I was told and what I've been believing all the way along. Not 48 months from when you complete
Okay.
construction over here.
Just, and that's, we can discuss it for the record, just for, I did submit in June 24th, I did say within 48 months after the new location opens for business. Just so you know, that's what I filed, but if you want something different, that's
That's
fine.
reasonable. I think, why can't the, I'm not trying to be obstinate, but why can't the 48 months start now? I mean, that site's been a problem for this town for ages. Let's move on with it.
All right, if you want to run it from the date of your decision is final, that's fine. Hopefully we won't have an issue with that. I don't have the document with me, so I can't relook at it right now, but
Okay.
Good decision.
So we'll put that in there.
when the decision's final. Yeah, so within 48 months of when the decision is final.
All non-conforming uses, I mean, all
non-conforming uses.
All other non-conforming
shall stop.
uses. Yeah. Or all, yeah. Yes.
Now, both of these conditions shall be put in a deed restriction for both properties, correct?
Separate deed restrictions, correct.
Deed restrictions in both properties. So
Correct.
the Shell station will have one, and this one will have one.
Correct.
And you'll return copies of the recorded deed restrictions back to the zoning board?
Correct.
So deed restrictions prohibiting the resumption of any of these non-conforming uses is what it's going to say, correct?
Correct.
And the only thing that'll be allowed on those properties are conforming uses. So that's what the deed.
Whatever the town allows is a conforming use over time, correct.
Okay.
Or they can come to visit us.
Right, they could always, yeah, they could come to the board and ask for relief, but that's,
Well, let's
We'll
make
presume you
let's
wouldn't
make it
grant
real simple, because what we're trying to do is protect the APD.
Right.
Yep.
No non-conforming use to the APD,
Yes, I agree with that.
okay.
as well as any non-conforming use that they could come back in on and ask for relief on, but specifically not non-conforming use to the APD. So the one could be the subject of modification. The other one would be in perpetuity. You follow me?
Well,
What's going to be in perpetuity?
the
No
deed restrictions are-
nonconformity to any action, to any use within the APD.
Okay.
I mean, that's our goal, right, is to make sure that we're protecting the APD here,
Absolutely. Hey, we said the same.
so they can do a very benign business there in the future. It's that simple. Put in a yarn store.
I have another
Sure.
condition.
Sure.
That the petitioner grant an easement to the town for any future sidewalk, should the town decide they want to run a sidewalk in front of the business. I think that would fall within the layout anyway. They could probably do it anyway, right?
Well, no, if it's in the layout, then it's, your condition isn't needed. If you want the condition, and we discussed it, would agree to grant, you wouldn't be granting it now because there's nothing to grant.
No.
You would agree to grant a future easement along the frontage 10 feet in width, which would be not in the layout, but on the petitioner's property.
That's what we're.
Or 5 feet, I guess. Yeah, go with 5 feet.
Yeah.
So, all right, so the petitioner would agree to grant a future 5-foot easement along the frontage if the town wants it for a sidewalk. Town may never want it.
Our planner's gone home, but that,
Town planner said there's no plan to do it, so.
But you never know. So I'd like to just
They could
reserve that
still-
right.
They could still negotiate.
Now, those were my conditions. I think we got it.
okay. So, all right, I guess we don't need the petitioner's counsel to be here. So we have a special permit with a motion made by Mr. Igo to approve on the following conditions: within 14 days of opening the new site, all non-conforming use at the Shell Station location shall cease. Within 9 months of new opening, the tanks, can't even read my own writing.
Tanks should be removed.
Tanks shall be removed and site improvements as proposed shall be implemented. Within 14 days of opening of new site, Sunoco gas sales shall cease. Within 48 months from date of decision, all non-conforming uses at the Sunoco site shall stop. There shall be deed restrictions that the non-conforming uses at both locations shall
Not be raised.
not be
Deed restrictions prohibiting the resumption of the
non-conforming uses, and that there would be in perpetuity no non-conforming use that would be contrary to the APD. Okay?
Well, hold on a second. One clarification, Mr. Chairman, you said 48
Well, wait a
months
minute.
of...
We're not clarifying. With all due respect, Go ahead and tell me what you
Well,
want
it's
to
just
say.
something
but-
different than you had talked about.
Sure.
You said when the decision is dated for the 48 months, and we talked about when the decision is final, because in case there are any...
You did
Oh,
say
sure.
final before.
Sure.
Sorry,
I
I just-
apologize. When final, yeah, that's a fine point that may well be needed as you consider going forward.
It'll be after the appeal period.
Yeah, after the appeal.
All right. And that the petition agree to grant an easement to the town for sidewalks and width of 5 feet along its frontage. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Mr. Neitz? Mr. Neitz? All right, on that motion, does the board, made and seconded with the stated conditions, does the board care to have any discussion before moving along to a vote? Hearing none. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Did anyone abstain?
I abstain.
You abstain.
I'm still thinking.
Oh, you haven't, I'm sorry, I thought, well...
That's all right.
No, why don't I just poll on each of these then?
So if
Mr.
there's two-
Neitz?
if there's two
Aye.
abstentions, yeah.
Mr. Martin?
With reservations, aye.
Mr. Igo?
Aye.
Mr. DeYoung, aye. Mr. Nicanello? Aye. Unanimous. I didn't kick you under the table.
No, it's just I'm a team player.
All right, let's move on to the next one, the variance. That is for service, again, vehicle service, but with, I'm sorry, motor vehicle fuel. You have and service. There's no service proposed, right?
They added that after
Okay.
the APD.
In APD with no service
With no
proposed.
service, correct.
So it would be specifically with no service.
Correct.
Clearly.
Yeah.
All right, so on the variance, anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the variance as requested with the conditions that we just listed for
Second.
the special permit.
All right, would you just consider, just for clarity, that we also add now, and we've already voted on the special permit, but we can now piggyback it in on this variance, that it be specifically with no service of motor vehicles.
Yes.
And that would include servicing, washing, that sort of thing.
The only thing that they would be able to do, as far as I'm concerned, is sell fuel, if you want to put it in the decision. I don't want to, I want it to be specific. They can sell gas, that's it. And
The only reason it says service is the bylaw calls the use motor vehicle fuel and service. We just wanted to be very clear that there was no service. It's fuel only.
I think the Shell station would make a great Mary Lou's, by the way.
Right, that's not service, that's the retail product. Yeah.
of course,
Could be a
if you're
honeydew.
selling petroleum products inside, like motor oil
Yeah.
and
Cans.
two-cycle, that's
That's
permitted.
right, that's
fine.
retail, that's not service, correct.
To keep it moving along, because we have so many issues to talk about, I do want to point out that when, based upon the totality of our discussions earlier, that it would appear that the criteria for the special permit that we've just previously voted on has been met by the petitioner, that no undue nuisance hazard nor congestion will be created, and that there will be no substantial harm to the established or future character of the town and neighborhood by the grant of that special permit. Relative to this request for variance, speak to me, somebody, please, if you would, about particularly the 1, 2, 3 provisions of it.
Well, let me just go here for a second. I would say that as we look at this, the hardship is owing to the soil conditions. And if we're taking this cumulatively or globally, I think the soil conditions are that these sites all sit on the APD. So there is a soil condition in and of itself with that. The soil conditions are being affected by the other two sites. They don't want to, if we're putting these all together, it's not feasible for them to upgrade those other two sites. So they're creating a new site, but in doing so, they're eliminating the old site. But it still remains that the hardship that we're talking about is related to a soil condition. That would be,
I could buy that.
I think, is the reason that they meet the second
We may not be the only ones that need to buy it. I have a feeling other people are going to need to buy it.
One step at a time.
Yeah, and, again, I don't think that by granting this relief that we are, degrading from the public good or nullifying this, substantially derogating from the intent and purpose of the bylaw. In fact, I think.
We're adding to the intent.
I think the
2%.
intent and the purpose of the bylaw is for us to consider what happens in the APD,
Right.
and what's paramount is protecting the groundwater. And I think as a result of granting this new relief, that we are protecting the groundwater by taking 2 other sites offline and getting rid of them, creating, as we discussed before, a new modern site that offers even more protection.
All right, and so as we go through these additional requests for variance, please keep in mind that we are considering all of those in the same context for the criteria set forth in sections 1, 2, and 3 of the variance bylaw. Excuse me. Is there a second to Mr. Igo's motion?
I will second it conditionally, because I think we need to chat a little bit about the products that are being sold inside, because we were very particular when Advanced Auto Supply Store came in, that none of the products that were sold there could, by the people who purchased them, be used on the car or applied to the car there.
They can't,
And that they
can't sell oil or
They can't sell
antifreeze
oil
or-
and have them put the oil in the car while they're there, because that's self-defeating.
Right.
And we do already have that precedent of the Advanced Auto prohibiting the customer from putting in product into the cars. So I would expect that we should have the same condition here.
Well, what happens, let me just ask this, what happens if a car pulls up to the pump and it realizes that it's down, the driver realizes that the engine is down substantially in oil because his pressure gauge tells him it. He checks his oil and finds he's down 3
It's not a
quarts.
full-service station.
Pardon me?
It's not a full-service station. They want to have the oil done, they need to go place that does
But
oil.
is that your intent? That's what I'm
Well,
asking.
I think that.
Same thing with if I buy a gallon of.
The same thing we did to Advanced Auto, where if they went in and bought on a snowy, crazy day to buy windshield washer fluid, they couldn't buy it there and put it in the parking lot.
That's absolutely fine. I just want to make sure that that's your
But I
intent.
think we need to have some consistency, because they're only, half a dozen doors away.
So no other items, rather, other than gasoline may be utilized by a customer on site.
Yep.
Okay? Does that satisfy you?
Yep.
Doesn't say anything about selling anything.
Well, there's no threat to selling.
Yeah, it's packaged.
It's packaged. It's
and
self-contained.
Fortunately,
Well, if they buy a quart of
I
oil
would.
and go out and put it in.
Well, the one thing about Advanced Auto is these guys will come out and they'll do it for you. They'll change parts out for you and all that right in the parking lot. They do that now.
I've seen them do
This type
that,
of
and I've
most
stopped them,
yeah,
too.
but most cars don't require any service. They really don't. If somebody pulls in and they need a quart of oil, I would have a feeling it's few and far between.
Should have been in my wife's Camaro the other day.
Well,
But she had a Mercedes.
what week is it?
Okay, gotcha. So if I put down a condition, no items other than gasoline may be utilized by a customer on site, and give as examples, no filling of windshield washer fluid, oil installation, that sort of thing. Does that?
Brake fluid, the whole thing.
Well, does that mean?
Yes. That.
But diesel would be allowed as well as gas, since we do sell diesel.
Yes.
That's right.
So gas and diesel.
Gas and diesel.
Yep.
And they can sell it, but
Is
they
it-
just can't install it or have the customer install it on the
Okay.
premises.
So that'd be an additional condition, now we would call it 7, and we'll call this 8 for this variance, because we're going to incorporate the other 6 on special permit into this. So on that motion made by Mr. Igo, now seconded by Mr. Neat.
Yes, I
Mr.
do.
Igo, do you accept the additional
Yes.
conditions?
Yep.
Mr. Neats?
I do.
Okay, of course you do, you propose?
I think,
All right, so on that motion made and seconded with the stated conditions, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Yep.
unanimously. All right, let's go to dimensional variances. Canopy front setback, 43.7 feet provided, and that's within the front setback limitations. So we've seen the new canopy. I know we all have design thoughts in mind as to what would be the perfect design scape for this building. I'd love to see it, down in certain parts of the country, they actually say, we don't really care what your branding requires. You're going to do it our way, or you're not going to do it. And I remember Mr. Neat speaking very strongly to that on the McDonald's site down on Route 28. And you know what?
That was me.
He won. He won. And we won that. The town won wide because of that wonderful position that Mr. Neats came in and took that night, if everybody remembers back. It sat on it. Mr. Martin, am I giving you credit, Mr. Neats?
Yes, you did. It was
Mr. Martin, actually. I apologize. So is everybody satisfied, or does anybody want to talk about the new canopy that's been proposed?
So we're talking about with the new proposal, with the roof, new
Yes.
pitch and so forth. Okay.
Yes.
Is this the time to bring up, well, there's signs on it and there is color on it.
Bring it up.
So I think this is, signs, I guess, may come separately, but.
Well, we're going to come down to signs in a little bit, yeah.
So if we're giving this kind of relief, which is pretty substantial relief in terms of the location of the canopy, I think while I appreciate the pitched roof, I'd like to see the yellow go away, and it'd be white like other stations in town.
I mean, we just had Mobile in a few months ago, and they wanted a few, and we said no.
They wanted some little signs on the pumps, and which were next to, they weren't looking for a whole lot, and we said no, yeah.
So the front canopy not have a yellow
Not have a
stripe
yellow
around
stripe.
it?
Well, didn't you say no? You said no to the signs on mobile. You didn't say no to color.
Pardon me?
This, I'm putting in color here,
Right.
because we're dealing with the canopy.
I'm just responding to Mr. Nicolelo's comment. It wasn't,
Signs
it is,
anyway.
there is a colored canopy 3 doors up.
Yep, but that predated all this other, all the newer ones that have been done nicer.
Mr. Martin, I've had a friend who had a station up in Worcester, who originally had a Shell station, and he stopped pumping gas, and the corporate office required him to remove the yellow that he had previously on his sign, on the canopy over the pumps. It's a corporate choice to have that yellow. That's
Yeah,
their
the yellow in and of itself is more or less a sign.
that's their brand. That's their
Yeah.
brand.
Does that speak to the logo, too, on the canopy?
Well, the logo with the Shell sign, I think we'll deal with under signs.
More minimal than the.
Well, if we go to the sign code, we know that when it comes to corporate logos and branding, we usually anticipate that will be allowed. That's generally going back to the sign code.
Can we spin that around so we can see that color of that canopy? So we can just have a...
In the buildings, both buildings, Sunoco and Shell, are that colors now, where Sunoco's a little different, but they're bright colors.
See, I think the mansard roof draws more attention to the canopy than the yellow.
I think it tones it down, though.
I don't.
It does, I think it tones it down, yeah.
Ah,
That canopy is twice the size of twice as long as the one he has now.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's much bigger canopy.
I don't think it looks that bad
Well,
myself.
there's no canopies now. I'm talking the buildings.
Yeah.
Well, that hides the building.
Well, all I'm saying is I would not be willing to vote yes on this unless the color goes away.
Okay.
Could be problematic.
Well, not necessarily. We can take 2 votes, see if there's a 4-to-1 vote, and then if there
I know color
is,
doesn't come into play in terms of normally what I might be able to say you can't do, but in lieu of giving the other, giving the leeway on the location of the canopy.
Do we
which is
want to
substantial.
look at these, do we want to have maybe a discussion about all the signs on the site and see what, I mean, because if we eliminate this one, then we get to the next one, we're going to eliminate that one, and I mean, we got to have some signs here, so what would be acceptable? And where's the co-branding sign going to go?
Just on the ground-mounted sign.
Just on the main one?
Well, in the building, but on the ground-mounted sign in the
I
building.
understand on the building, but
Oh,
I mean, will there be
freestanding
one out on the front, on the?
Not on the canopy.
Not on the canopy, but
The
the
freestanding sign.
Well, that's not true. There's,
On the monument sign, yes.
monument sign, there would be the co-branding.
Building and the monument sign, yes.
that's not true that there's no signage on the canopy. There is clearly a...
No, the co-brand, he was said. There's no
I
co-brand
just asked
sign.
about the co-brand on the. where's
Oh,
that?
I apologize. I thought you were saying there was no sign.
I mean, if it makes it any easier in terms of where I'm coming from, relevant to both the canopy and the signs, I think they should conform to the zoning bylaw. And plus, no yellow.
I would just note that the yellow banding not only conforms to the zoning bylaw, it was approved by the Design Review
I
Committee.
will qualify the fact
Yeah.
that the yellow is not covered under the zoning bylaw. That's something I'm asking to be given in lieu of the other relief granted.
Tried to give a lot.
I know you guys are good, and I
Well,
understand. but
to keep moving it
looking for a lot, too.
to keep moving it forward, you know, I really don't want this to be a 12 o'clock meeting.
Right.
And to keep moving this forward, let's keep the eye on the ball. We have we have 7, 10 items more to go through. So let's,
Can I ask one question?
sure,
Back
we
on-
can all ask as many questions
No,
as we
no,
want.
This is just a sidebar. Did we get the, on that island that comes in on the in and the out, did we get the 6-inch curbing in the condition?
No.
It's on the plan.
It's on the
It's
plan.
already there.
So there's going to be a 6-inch.
Around, except where it's the scored concrete, it's all a 6-inch curb now.
curbing. Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, as represented on the.
So back to those special, that's consistent with the newly submitted plans, of course.
Correct.
And design and drawings. Okay.
Absolutely.
So now we come to the canopy. We've heard that somebody's going to vote against it, but let's just put it out for a vote first,
Okay.
because we can always go back and add a condition or not.
Okay.
There is a request for canopy front setback, as requested and noted in both the site plan and the proposed renderings.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the canopy as requested.
Second.
That's second by,
Needs. Not Mark.
and that's without condition, Mr. Igo and Mr. Neitz?
Yes.
Okay.
That's with the revised view.
With the revised.
The revised roof with the.
Yes, yeah. Again, as per the latest draft.
Mansard.
Mansard.
Latest draft.
Everything is per the latest modifications, okay?
Absolutely.
With the hip, with the hip roof.
Added to both of them. The roof, personally.
All right, so on that variance, and that motion made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Neitz, to approve the requested relief on the canopy without conditions, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
We have a 4-1, we can move on. Please note the vote on that, please, okay?
Next one's parking in front of building.
All right, let me just catch up for a second, okay? But you can go ahead and do it that if you'd
All
like.
right, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the parking in front of the building. It's dimensional variance.
Without condition?
Without condition, as proposed on the plans.
If somebody other than Mr. Igo or Mr. Neitz moves and seconds, would you yell out, please?
I'll move that.
Huh?
I already seconded it, but that's all right.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, it's already been done. So without condition on that? All right, all those in favor of that motion to grant the requested relief by variance for the parking in front of the building and as under 301.4.1, does the board care to have any discussion before
The
moving
only
along
thing
to
that
a
I
vote?
would say to that is we've granted variance relief in the area for parking in the front.
Right, and I was going to add to that the fact, because the setback is so much irrelevant to the 75
Right,
feet.
exactly.
Yeah, and I don't know how else you could possibly make that site work without Grant not doing it, so.
It wouldn't be feasible to put it in the back here.
Okay, on that motion, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. The next,
C,
please.
Curb cut radius. I'd like to make a motion that we approve C, the curb cut radius width, 30 feet is provided.
What's allowed again there?
Yeah, again, why don't you
25.
speak to the logic of it?
Yeah.
To the curb cut radius?
Yeah.
Al?
Good evening, Al McCallie, AUB Engineering. Again, what we use as radiuses to allow the truck turning templates to work and get the taker in and out of the site as well as the other larger vehicles.
Okay, so that's the reason you...
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
So have you moved, Mr. Igo?
I did.
And was there a second to that moving?
Dick, Martin.
Martin?
Just so you get somebody different.
Yeah, I mean, we want to mix this up. Tom wants to go home, I can tell. Is there any reason for discussion and hearing none? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, that carries unanimously.
Moving on to D, I'd like to make a motion that we approve center lines of driveways less than 250 feet apart from driveway across the street.
Okay, thank you for moving. I just want to add one thing. That it's unique to this site that I would approve of this, because frankly, I think this is the one of the requested reliefs that bother me the most when we get driveways too close. But I just don't know how you could possibly do it any other way.
You could.
You can't.
So, and we have to have inflow and outflow here.
Particularly for the last guy coming in.
And it's a safety issue, too. And it's not feasible on this site. You couldn't have them 250 feet apart.
So Mr. Igo has moved without condition. Is there a second?
Second?
Mr. Martin?
No, Mr. Needs.
Mr. Neats on that one.
Mr. Needs.
Mr. Needs?
Yes.
Keep me up to date, Mr. Nicanello, please.
Could be a Martin controversy if you didn't say
Okay,
that.
all those in favor of the motion to grant relief as requested on ND of the submission, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Yep.
Next one is E, plant species. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the plant species as requested.
I'll second it,
Have you looked at them?
but I don't.
Have you looked at them?
So in other words, there's some desire to put species that aren't native to, as required.
Palm trees.
Yeah, palm trees, yeah. Yes, there are a few, and there's another question, it may not be under this one, but you had raised it before, and the building commissioner raised it with me. I had taken out the in-lot trees,
Yep.
to the extent that you guys disagree, that relief should be back in there. I don't think that's under plant species, but I just wanted to make that
I
known.
think that's a separate one, isn't
It
it?
would be a separate, but I had taken it out, but if you're putting it back,
I think right now it's just plant species.
it's plant species. Yes, there are some that,
I don't believe you have 4 in-law trees.
and that's why I wanted to raise it, and that's why he raised it, yes.
And can I ask you a question on this? Does this site provide for any lawns?
Lawns?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Grass.
yes.
On the very front, I think.
I mean, all that green I see, is that all lawn?
No.
No.
There's landscaping, but there are small areas.
Can you just point out where the lawns are?
You can pull up the landscape plan. And while he's doing that, just to clarify a comment that was made on landscaping, we have the building commissioner said we should plant around the buffer of that drainage swale, and we will do that.
Okay.
And there's the building commissioner.
Wait a minute, run that past us again before we start moving on to something new. The building commissioner let's have him speak for himself.
Sure.
What, Mr. Commissioner? Good evening.
Good evening. The bioretention basin is a structure. It needs to have the 10-foot buffer around the perimeter, just like every other buffer on the property. And we talked about that in the corridor. I guess I wasn't clear enough that it does need to have the plantings. They would have to add some additional plantings in that buffer.
Okay.
So
And we will.
we need to add that at some point right now. Let's add it to this plant species as a condition. And your suggestion would be what on that?
Plantings around
Nothing.
the drainage retention. Is that
There'd be
what it is?
plantings around, buffer plantings around the drainage retention basin, or, within the slope there, yes.
If I could ask the building commissioner a quick question on that. With all due respect, in terms of how it's worded in the bylaw relevant to the buffers are supposed to be 10-foot, all 4-inch caliber trees within those buffers, unless they're determined to be dead or whatever, are supposed to be retained. And how can we do that if we're scalping that whole area?
Well, then they'd have to
I can maybe
plant,
live with planting new ones, but
the bylaw says you have to plant new ones if you can't save them, so.
So building in what should be a required buffer, this structure in essence is retention center, a retention pit, whatever it is.
It's hard to get scale on that plan because the plan was so small, so it's hard to say how big it already is. I don't know if they need 3 feet to move the retention basin or 10 feet. It's hard for me to tell on that that's a tiny plan for me to read.
I'd like to go on record that I do think that the 10-foot bylaw is supposed to remain, the trees within there are supposed to remain as opposed to be taken down and replanted. So at least that's the way I read it, unless they're dead or unless they're I know there's something in there about certain purposes.
It says if such trees do not exist, 3-inch caliber trees with expected mature height of at least 20 feet shall be planted at intervals of at most 20 feet in all buffers. Planted trees which die shall be replaced.
I understand that, but they're supposed to retain the existing trees. I don't think that they should be allowed to.
Well, I think that if they break into the roots building the bioretention basins, I think they'll kill the tree. And I'm not a landscaper. I'm not a tree guy. I'm just.
I don't think it's a big deal. I don't mean to
Right.
write about it, but I do.
Honestly, I've been out to the site. I drive by every day, and I don't know that there are that many of those big trees to begin with.
Within 10 feet, you're going to find a number of 4-inch caliber trees.
Well, I'm sure that they could find a way to try to save those. I guess you could make that part of the condition of the.
Yeah, I like that, and or as you say, at least if they have to do it that way, then they have to plant new ones. And even the plan, as it's shown here, shows some spots where there are no trees adjacent to those retention being planted or existing.
We can,
So I
as the
think
condition that was stated, can go
they
with that.
need to at least be planted, if not retained. And certainly, I prefer the retention.
And then regarding the
Buffer
inlet,
plantings around drainage retention area to be either retained as natural or replaced as appropriate? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I can live with that, yeah. If dead. Well, if they're dead, they can come down anyways.
or replace to comply with 301.4.4.
Yeah.
And this is a condition we're adding to plant species, just to get it on here.
Correct.
Okay.
Just for my 2 cents worth, this is again the situation where they're trying to get too much into a location that won't allow everything they're trying to get in there. So now they're cutting into the buffers to accommodate their retention pits.
Okay. Is there any other condition that we would?
The only thing I just wanted to clarify is where is the grass on the site? That was the only
It was up there a few minutes ago.
Okay, so we have an area here.
Yeah.
Where you're gonna have grass, you're also gonna have an area right here.
Yeah.
Where there's gonna be grass, and then you'll have some grass that'll be in the centers of these bioretention areas. The rest of it is low-lying plants and a lot of trees.
So there'll be no grass on that front strip?
No.
What's there?
Low plantings shown on the,
Yeah, be
it's not all the
plantings.
plantings, but
Yeah.
Mulch.
quite a busy little planting
Say
area.
grass right out by the street. I thought I saw.
Where's the dog walking area?
Oh, that's the area, and I do apologize, we're also.
It says
calling for
Loman Seed. It says. Yep.
Right here on the front.
Okay.
Would that be difficult to plant grass on that front island?
Well, we got kind of caught between a lot of landscaping that we thought DRB wanted. So we're proposing that you can eliminate landscaping and add some grass, but
What's everybody think about that? I think grass would look a lot better on that island out there.
No.
You don't like that idea?
If they mix the grass in, so it's nicely done in a attractive way, Yes, but I see grass. Grass is the most likely thing to die at these places.
Yeah, and also to get daisies.
And it's a maintenance, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Salt gets on it, and
It's with the pharmacies in this
There's no
town, but they won't mow their lawns and they won't water them.
Right.
And,
then it dies
and they
it
look
looks
terrible.
awful.
Yeah.
the landscaping plan we think will look very nice
Yeah.
out there with the
Yeah,
plantings.
I hope it will. And
It
does
looks busy, but I think it's all low
It does at the
plants
South Dennis
suggested.
property, and I appreciate that, although there should be some trees in the front. But I do feel you'll do a good job of that. Yeah.
And you're going to do the same on that island? That's going to have those plantings too?
Correct. So again, this will all be per the landscape plan that you have with the condition.
I mean,
but-
I'm looking at it, all I can see is a bunch of little circles everywhere.
Oh, there's a table that identifies what those all are.
But I can't even read that.
Yeah.
You want the bigger plan?
There are full-size ones, but,
No.
but yeah, it'll be all
looking at
those
it
plants, Sean.
Yeah, I don't want to look at those. Okay, all right.
Did we vote on the plant species?
Not
No,
yet.
no, we're still trying to add conditions that deal with it. So the motion would, whoever's making that motion would also include the condition that the buffer plantings around the drainage retention be either retained if possible or replaced as necessary with like trees,
Correct.
like-size plantings.
I can live with that.
Was the
All right.
motion?
Now,
The motion's been made and.
It was
I guess
made and seconded.
amended.
no, I don't think has somebody made the motion and seconded?
Yeah.
I think we motioned and seconded, we're just having a discussion on it and looking for conditions.
Okay, and who seconded?
Dick.
I did.
Mr. Martin seconded.
Just the plant.
Before we move on, have we eliminated the problem with the in parking lot tree
I
plantings?
think that's another one.
That'll be a separate one.
That's a separate one.
We can do that with the next one.
Front buffer tree space.
All right.
We can do that
On
there,
that
yeah.
motion made with the stated condition, made by Mr. Igo with the stated condition, and seconded by Mr. Martin. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries unanimously. We come to F, front buffer tree spacing.
And I would suggest in-lot trees as well.
We no longer have a problem with the number of trees in the parking lot, right? That's been cured?
No, that is exactly the issue. We have proposed trees, but Mr. Martin is not necessarily agreeing with all of them.
I think Kathy agreed with it too, that the tree from the southerly entrance driveway that's up against the driveway there is not considered an in-lot tree, which I think is your number 4.
Can you help me? I just want to make sure, describe it again where it is. I just want to make sure I know what we're talking about.
I believe that's the tree that's number 4. There are 2 on either side of the long parking in front, which are okay.
But you got to take the mic. I'm
That-
sorry, I should have been correcting you earlier. You got to take the
Sorry.
mic.
Okay, so we propose a tree here,
Yep.
here,
Yep.
here, and
Yep.
here.
Right.
So which one are you
Those the
questioning?
4 that were-
I don't think the last one
So you're
qualifies.
saying that you don't think
No. Even the third one's borderline.
well, with this type of use, it's difficult to get those landscape islands in the center of the lot.
But the idea, again, behind the bylaw is to break up parking. You've got, how many spaces are in the front there now?
14.
14
along the
spaces.
front.
So the whole idea behind that, in terms of the bylaw and why it's written that way, is like every 7 spaces or so, it's supposed to be broken up with a tree. And we're not. We're throwing the trees on the edges where you can get away with, grabbing a little space somehow.
Canopy adds it all in.
And the same thing with the spaces in the rear of the building.
What I would suggest, if we can add relief, to the question, and we'll still plant the tree, but to the extent that that's not an in-lot tree, we'd ask, as along with the front buffer tree spacing, which is 1 tree, or I think, we add for 1 tree, 1 in-lot tree, to Mr. Martin's point, for relief for.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that long line of spaces broken up, take away one of those, but you got plenty of spaces. You're not losing, you got more than enough spaces by the bylaw.
Are you talking about?
I'm talking about somewhere in the middle of that long line of spaces.
We don't want to.
In front of the front door?
Put a tree in front of the store.
Well, why not?
I know.
It just blocks visibility, it blocks line of sight. I mean, there's a lot of things that are required.
Changes handicap access, the door. Not on these types of uses.
You know, again, you guys want it all your way.
That's also, remember, you have to have a clear shot of all the pumps from inside, because that's how they control the pumps. You have an employee inside watching every pump. If you have a tree there, they can't see a pump, and now you have an unsafe condition.
Wait a minute.
I don't.
These are automatic pumps. Why do they need an employee?
Someone
to look
inside.
at it? I don't believe that as a reason.
It's the line of sight to all fuel in position.
And our zoning bylaw requires that there not be 14 spaces in a row.
And if you're planting
So we're going
a
to break
tree-
them up. I think Mr. Martin.
If you're planting a tree, you're talking about the trunk. You know, the leaves are up here. They're not going to be blocking anybody's view.
You know, with all due respect, if you look at CVS and you look at all the other businesses, none of them have a tree right in front of the parking, right in front of the building.
They have islands that stick out that have trees in them.
Not right in front of the buildings. And again, we're not trying to be difficult, but we have a state law on the. It's a state law on visibility of the pumps. We can try to give you another tree somewhere. We're not arguing trees, but we can't violate state law.
Then put one on
We
each
did.
end.
Oh, we did already.
Yeah, we're putting one here, and one here.
Oh, yeah, we've proposed 4 trees.
Those 4 trees are what Mr. Martin was saying.
I mean, the whole back area as well doesn't have any trees in that line of 8 spaces there, and there's nothing in the retention thing to the back other than a few little shrubs. I mean, that might be a good place to take a space there anyways and use
We're
it.
proposing putting an island over here. I have no objections to that. We can put an island.
Yeah, I mean,
over
at
there,
least
put a
then you
tree.
get your 4 trees, and that's certainly not going to block anybody's view. Which is because it's that whole area is open. You got 8 parking spaces, you got a retention basin, you got nothing there except a couple little bushes.
So the condition would be that there will be what Al's drawing, that there'll be a new island put in the back, and we'll submit a plan to you for the record.
Yep. I'd like you to leave the other one too, if you could.
Which one?
That one?
All right.
If you'll vote yes, we'll leave the tree.
So we'll eliminate 1 parking space, and we'll add a tree back here.
Yeah, you're not going to use those spaces anyways.
So you've got 8 back there, am I right?
Okay, Alan, can you just stretch it out?
So let's be specific where we're going to do it.
We're going to do it right here.
If needed.
Where's the rear?
Right here.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
We're going to eliminate a spot.
We'll add one along the back.
Pardon me?
We'll add one more tree along that back island. What we
Yeah, no, but I want to be specific as to where it's going.
Within the rear parking.
Pardon me?
It's within the rear parking is where it's
I
going to go.
understand, but is it going to be to one end we're going to remove?
Oh, no, in
Which
the
one
middle.
are we going to remove?
Oh, in the middle.
In the middle.
One in the
number
middle.
4 or 5, whatever. And
Want a plaque on that, too?
yeah, I deserve it. What was the relief on the front buffer?
The tree spacing. Was that the pole?
Yeah, that the trees won't be 20 feet apart. There'll be enough trees, but they'll just be spaced a little bit different, so.
Sure.
I'm showing about 8.
Trees?
Yeah, as per the plan.
Okay, I don't have the number.
Okay, yeah.
There's more than that around the perimeter as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
What's this, are we done with the trees there?
Well, I don't know. I
We
hate
don't
to-
even
I
have a
hate to make
motion on it yet.
I know everybody wants to get done. But I don't understand the relief for that, to be honest with you, on the front buffer either.
Well, you didn't give me my grass. Well, what's going on? I wanted a lawn out there. You left me on that one.
I don't see why they need relief for the front buffer spacing.
Additionally, up
trees?
front, you got the guy wires for all the utility poles, so it makes it a little difficult to get that 20-foot spacing. There's 3 utility poles along the front.
Yes, there is.
Are you going to do what the plan shows? I'm happy with what the plan shows.
Yes.
Okay.
We're proposing to do what the plan shows.
All right.
Yeah.
Because the plan shows enough to me.
Okay.
All right, per the plan, okay.
Per the plan,
Now
with the
this-
condition.
With the condition of that 1 tree in the rear.
Correct.
Now, this photometrics, the perimeter boundary and driveways.
Wait, we got to vote on that
You haven't
last
voted on
We
the.
gotta vote on it. I thought we already voted on it.
All right, so on the motion so made, no, is somebody prepared to make a motion?
I think we already made a motion.
I don't think we did.
No, you didn't.
No, there's no motion made. So somebody make a motion, please, with the
Make a
stated
motion
condition.
that we approve the front buffer tree spacing
Per the plan.
per the plan.
With the condition.
With the condition, with the
Condition that there be a single tree in the rear parking area in the center.
palm tree.
That's seconded by Mr. Martin, right?
Yep.
I thought. All right. Now, anybody have any discussion, want to have any discussion before moving along to a vote? And hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to photometrics, please.
Now, what are we doing with photometrics?
Tree man.
We need, I think, help clarify that for you. We can, because this is the plan, and which corresponds to the new design layout that you approved, and it is the new photometric plan showing where we need the relief, for the reasons we asked before. We won't go through that, but.
Go ahead.
Okay, so quickly, this is
Can anybody hear what he's saying?
He's not plugged in, is he?
Oh, can we turn on?
Oh, okay.
Well, just carry a mic with you then, if you would, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. What I did was mark this plan to illustrate where we comply with the lighting and where we don't. So if you see the red line along here, we're complying with the zoning bylaw up to this point. We have site lights right here. We're required to have no more than 0.1 foot candles off the property. We are 0.8. Okay, and that's based on the location of the lighting. We've restricted it as much as we can. It's the same thing here, where instead of 0.1, we have 0.2. So these are minimal, but yet we exceed the 0.1 foot candle. At both driveways, we have 3 foot candles here, where the bylaw is asking for 0.5. And right here, we have 5 foot candles, where you're seeking 0.5 from the bylaw. And over here, so just this small section is non-conforming, this small section, and this area right here, we have 0.4, where we're required to have 0.1.
What causes you to have such bright lights in the front there?
Well, what we do is we go to the lighting manufacturer, and they give us the lighting plan with their specifications. And in this case, we asked them to give us the lowest lighting we could possibly get and have them still support the design from a safety perspective.
What type of a light?
LED lights.
Is it a tall light? Is it a...
No, they're
How tall is it?
We can't see that plan at all.
14-foot poles.
14-foot poles?
Yes.
Why do they need to be so bright? Is everybody else's that bright?
We've cut these way down from what we would typically want. Yeah, so these have already been reduced. We send out the town requirements, and the lighting company comes back and tries to give us a plan that meets the bylaw. In this case, they came back and said they could not go any lower and support the plan from a safety perspective. We typically won't use a plan if they don't back it.
So imagine the difference between this and South Dennis, how much less this is.
Yeah, again, this is much less than South Dennis. Everybody's reminding me. We had much higher lighting levels in Dennis were approved.
We gave you the numbers the last time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Numbers
Well,
in this were
I
much higher.
would say this is, there is no residence anywhere around.
Yeah, the washes to you, the streets are a rail trail.
Exactly.
I don't
So
really see that.
The ones on the left side that you mentioned are above the maximums. That's on the rail trail side, correct?
Yes, this is 0.8 and 0.2 where you're saying 0.1.
Okay. And then the ones out front,
Strictly at the driveways.
strictly at the driveway.
And we really want the lighting here at this island because people are going to be driving up. They're going to have to be careful. I mean, they're going to have to learn how to do that. So we want that lit properly.
Okay.
So tell me on the side why you need that to exceed any candlelight there.
Well, again, we go to the lighting company. We ask them to give us the...
You tell me what is the reason. What you're facing another commercial building.
Well, the light is positioned right here, and it's projecting this way. You're getting slight lighting levels from the back of that light fixture, and we're talking 0.4 foot candles, which is almost nothing at all. So you can only get these things so low and get any function out of it at all.
Okay.
I think that was well explained. I don't
Very
think
good.
that's a problem.
Anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the photometrics
Second.
variance request
Second.
as shown on the plan.
And explained.
We have that plan, correct? That was part of your original submission.
No, I just gave you the update. You now have those 2 copies right there.
This is something we haven't had before?
Correct, we just got that.
Okay, so then we're marking this as whatever the next exhibit is, and we'll reference it as that, we'll reference it as an exhibit.
There are 2 copies of that, Mr. Chairman, and that's the other one.
We're keeping one.
We can keep both of them, it says.
No, we only need the one.
You can get more. If you want them both, you can have them.
And we're going to identify the, on lighting proposal plan. So you want to identify this per the legend, okay? Specifically per the legend?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, anybody care to have discussion before proceeding? All those in favor of the motion made and seconded, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We'll now go to signs. A, directional signage. Please explain what you're looking for there.
Eyes.
Well, explain what you need for, somebody explain to us what
I'm
you're
gonna
looking
explain
for
it to you real
specifically.
About Mr. McAllen.
So we're proposing a monument sign that's 32.1 square feet. I know Attorney Singer at the beginning mentioned how we were going to try to swap out with the existing Shell station.
B right now,
Yeah,
right?
no, directional signs first.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I thought you said A.
No, direct,
Well, yeah,
I
no,
did, I
it-
said A, directional signs, yeah. It doesn't matter, we're doing directional signs.
Right, I'm just trying to, which one did you say?
Directional signage, size.
Yeah, I forget what that did.
Yeah, those, the size.
What is the relief you need on directional signage, gentlemen?
I don't remember.
I'm looking at the table, Mr. Chairman. I can't read that.
Yeah, I apologize.
I don't know, you're the people asking for the relief, not us.
The,
I imagine there's directional signage square footage that we're exceeding. No, I know, I apologize for.
looking, if you can hear me, looking at the plan, just going through the table, this is for the directional signage. The welcome sign is conforming. The do not enter sign is conforming. The video screen sign, it's limited to 0.4 square feet, but there are 12 of them because there are 12 pumps, so that's 4.8 square feet to the extent that needs relief. That is one of the directional signages we have.
Which sheet are you on, please?
The SG2.
Thank you.
I'm reading from the table at the top right.
An SG2.
So how many signs do you need relief for?
Well, if the video screens, if you're only allowed one at 0.4 square feet and there are 12, the total is 4.8 square feet, so it'd be a variance of 4.4 square feet. So these are what's on the pump toppers that are now.
How those,
This is where the new bylaw comes in. You know, the new bylaw was passed, which allows the pump toppers and the LED, but it hasn't been finally approved by the AG yet. So the discussion at the last meeting was to ask you for it. It should be moot as soon as.
but they approved at a town meeting?
It was approved at town meeting.
So it'd be subject to AG approval then, right?
Correct. And then
But
there are.
you're talking directional signs. What's specifically on directional signs?
Well, there's a no park, for example, this, and maybe we were being over conservative. The no parking signs are limited to 1.5 square feet. We're 1.5 square feet, but we have 2 of the signs. So, so do we need relief for the fact that we have more signs, even though each one meets the size? And then
Stop signs?
No parking.
we have do not enter. Well, there is a stop sign. There is the 6.2 square foot stop sign, and there's no parking signs, but there are 2 no parking signs.
Are you proposing any type of a do not enter sign down there at the northerly, southern northerly entrance?
Al, where's the do not enter sign?
Southern northerly.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, he's talking right here.
Southerly sign of the northerly entrance.
We have a stop sign and a no left turn sign.
No left turn. No left turn, but
gonna
coming
Correct.
from Station Avenue, do you have a do not enter sign on that?
No, we don't.
We're gonna need one.
We'll add one.
If you want, yeah, we can put one in.
Yeah, we gotta have a do not enter,
We'll add it.
That's the
Right here.
southerly side of the northerly driveway.
yeah, I got you. Just
At the exit of the north.
Or even exit only or something. Just
I prefer exit only, to be honest with you.
Not they're gonna read it anyway.
That's it for the directional signs, Mr. Chairman.
So
Now the freestanding sign. Now, this is the swap we're talking about, going back to Al now.
All right, so just getting back to the proposed monument sign, we're proposing to build a sign that's 32.1 square feet, which is just a little over 2 square feet bigger than the existing sign at the Shell station, and we're proposing to take that sign down and make it conforming.
As a trade-off, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I think the length of this site location requires probably a monument sign a little bit, tiny bit bigger than we would otherwise allow. And the deviation is how much? 31.2 to what? What's allowed?
We're proposing 32.1 square feet.
What's allowed?
24 square feet.
But this is an awful long location. We confronted this over at the CVS location, too.
We've had these around town, yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah, when it's, when it's appropriate
When it's
for the size
multiple
of a
uses,
site.
you have to.
I think that's reasonable.
You don't? Well, let's speak to it. Well, for number one, we haven't done the directional sign yet.
We're making other people conform on this stuff. We made mobile conform. I mean,
Yeah.
now we're going to give them relief for multiple businesses on a big pedestal sign?
Well, if I would, you have done this before. If you remember this, the Village Plaza sign next door used to be more than twice as big as it is now, and you granted relief when it was redone. It was redone twice as big as is allowed, but it's half as big as what it was. And so you did.
That I can see.
And in this case, we're removing a freestanding non-conforming sign across the street and putting up the monument sign here, which by definition, because it's monument, is lower and, less visible anyway.
Well, as soon as that business changed, they'd have to redo the sign anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the Shell station.
No, you could keep the sign.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right, Mark?
I don't know how you can keep a Shell style sign.
No, the size. You'd be replacing the sign itself, but.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you're gonna just replace it.
Is that?
Musical chairs.
Exactly.
303.12, this is
Yep, you're right.
303.12, nonconforming signs. Lawfully pre-existing nonconforming signs may be maintained, but may not be enlarged or redesigned or altered in any way except to conform to the requirements of the bylaw.
So we get nothing. They're taking down the shell.
That's it.
We get nothing.
I only issue a permit to put it in the right size sign.
You're going to be all over them, should they try
Yeah,
to
I'm
put
really
up
good at that.
sign Same size. I know you will.
He spends his day driving around looking for
So
signs.
that's-
I know what the guy does, yeah.
So that business is changing
So-
one way or another, that sign will need to conform anyways. Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
If the business changes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got? How big is 32 square feet?
4 by 8.
Well, how big is it?
4 by 8.
And I might remind us that it used to be 18 square feet, and we were lenient enough to go up to 24 square feet. And now we're going up about.
So what, this is
20%.
going to be 8 foot tall, 4 foot wide?
It's going to be 8 foot wide and 4 foot tall on a small concrete base.
Sideways piece of plywood.
Why can't it be done for 6 by 4? Or 4 by 6, 4 high, 6 wide?
What happens is you start to not be able to read the prices on the panels that are out front. We're trying to show the regular price and the diesel price, and those dimensions have been reduced to what your bylaw change is now calling for.
Yeah, I don't think that's a suitable reason. I mean, I know it's I know I was just speaking that it's a long distance, distance there, but if that's the reason, is because we want to give more height and size to our prices, forgive me. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's a legitimate reason to change the sign code. I really don't.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny them on number 3B, freestanding sign.
On number B, yeah.
Number B on 3, which is the freestanding.
Is there a second to that?
A is
Yep, I second it.
Well, that's third.
Proposed monument sign is A, isn't it?
No, directional
On this
signs.
right here on this sheet.
We haven't even voted on the first one,
It's how it's defined.
just to remind everybody.
What's that?
We haven't voted on the first one.
First what? Directional.
Directional signs.
Oh.
Freestanding, we jumped to freestanding because
All right,
that's
let's
what
go
everybody
freestanding.
wanted to jump to, but.
This one's easy. We're
So we have a motion made by Mr. Igo to deny the freestanding sign requested relief, and we have a second by Mr. Martin. Does the board care to have any discussion before moving along to a vote? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to deny the requested relief, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Mr. Neitz is opposed. That carries 4-1 for the denial of that relief. Please, again, note the vote takers and the vote makers. Let's go back to directional. Is there somebody prepared to move to approve, move whatever on the directional
I'd like
signs?
to make a motion that we approve the directional signage.
And second?
No,
That was Mr. Martin.
I can't tell the vote. I can't tell.
You guys are confusing them left and right.
I thought I heard him say yes.
Mr. Igo has made a motion, seconded by Mr. Martin. Does the board care to have any discussion before moving along?
We're clear on all the directional signage. It's the.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I think
Is
we
it
talked
depicted
about
on the
adding-
plan?
There was a
Depicted
condition
on
to
sheet
add a do not
SG1.
enter sign.
Yeah.
SG2.
Which we'll
Do not
do.
enter or exit only.
Something at
Yeah.
the
Do not
exit on the
enter.
north. We will add that.
SG2.
That's a condition.
There's a one condition on the dimensional signs.
Yep.
So to include that extra condition.
I think
Condition
do
would be
not
no-
enter would be better than exit.
On the
I
northerly,
think it's a little
southerly
more
side.
powerful.
We will-
Circle with the line through.
We will do not enter.
But nobody believes
I
those,
know.
trust me.
So on the south side of the north driveway.
They're not as likely to go in the exits, I found, as they are to make the funny turn to go in the.
So what do you want that to have? What do you want that sign to read, please?
No enter.
You want to say do not enter or exit only?
I don't think we can,
Do not enter. Okay.
Do not enter?
do not enter.
Right.
We'll take that from somebody who knows. Thank you, sir.
Do not enter.
Do not enter. Did you hear that?
Yeah, do not enter.
Do not enter is what it's intended to say. On that motion made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Martin, specifically on the condition the south side of the north driveway incorporate a sign that says "Do not enter." All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously.
Now the last
Just
one.
as a clarification, Ian, the no left turn sign, that's gonna go by the northerly driveway looking south, right?
Yes.
What is it going to say?
So there should be another sign here that says no, facing this way, if you're coming up Station Ave toward the highway, that'll say no left turn, so they can't make that funny turn there.
Okay.
So
and
the
on to
next one is,
Yep.
well, the next one's the attached signs.
I can explain that if you
Height for
want.
Seasons, co-brand, canopy, Pectin, total number of seasons, corner market, co-brand, welcome.
So let's everybody go to sheet SG2 and look at it. Because I'm not exactly sure what et cetera means when I'm asking for zoning relief. What
You with you?
specifically are we asking in this?
Okay, so the attached wall signs are supposed to be 2-foot high max. Our signs, the pectins on the canopy are 3-foot high. The Seasons sign on the building is 3-foot high.
Are you talking about the shell?
The pectin is the emblem.
I call it a pectin, the shell on the canopy, they're 3 feet high, where the bylaw says 2.
The request for 3 feet, so it
Be
fits.
3 foot high. I'm not following. They're on the canopy.
Yes.
They exceed the yellow banding, yellow and red banding, at least as depicted here. Why do they need to be that extra foot? I mean, here's where we get into the very last thing you're seeking relief for is very near and dear to Mr. Martin's and my heart, I know. So why do we need this? Let's go over each and every one you want relief for, gentlemen, because the way it's written, I don't know what we're being asked to do.
Okay.
So let's start with the pectins.
As for the pectins, Mr. Chairman, the reason for the request is when you look, is that it fits with, when you look at the style and the size of the canopy and the overall length, when you get it at the 2 feet, frankly, to me, it looks like the drugstore sign up on 6A at Peterson's. It is a sign that's just too small for the fascia of the building. We believe that the pectin on this canopy fits the size of the canopy, particularly now that you have the mansard roof. And it's not an overly large one. It's bigger than allowed, but it fits with the design of the structure that you have, and that's the reason for the request.
Boy, I don't think it fits at all. I think it looks ugly.
Is there a...
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I
I mean,
guess.
that sign was 2 feet. Is that allowed on the canopy at all?
We believe it is, yes, 2 feet.
As per that being considered a
It's a sign, considered a sign.
building or a structure or?
It's a structure. I mean, I have to turn to the building commissioner for more, but it's a structure and a sign.
Let's bring the building commissioner up and have you help us with this there, sir.
You looked awful comfortable.
So lucky to have him tonight.
I thought you were doing it 10 o'clock.
I thought we were going to go at 10 too, but obviously we're not leaving till this last one is done.
What was the-
So let's see if we can't get it going pretty quick.
The question.
So I guess the question is a sign allowed on the canopy?
The canopy is a structure.
Relief.
The canopy is a structure. I don't think that the bylaw references canopies and putting signage on them. There are canopies around town that do have signs on them.
Ones, yep.
Well, there's another one around the corner at the gas company there. They also have signs on their canopies.
We gave them.
That was we gave them that relief, particularly because of the location, though.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just pointing out the fact that it's there.
Very unique situation.
The bylaw's actually silent on whether or not you can put signage on the canopy. So for zoning purposes, if it doesn't say it's allowed, if it's not specifically allowed, it's prohibited. So
Just those.
So it's just the 2 to 3.
But I think we have to,
In the number.
I mean, if there's a shed on the site, can you put a sign on the shed? I mean,
No. I think it only talks about being on one face and on a side wall, right?
right.
That's all you can have on the site.
One wall, front wall.
It also allows one per business on the face.
One per business.
We're not proposing a
building.
shell sign on the building itself.
You got to pull the mic back.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we were not proposing a shell sign on the building itself. You are allowed under the bylaw one wall sign, per business that you have.
No, instead you're putting up a season sign.
which you're using. You're putting up a season sign and a co-brand sign, right?
Yes, for those aspects of the proposal, correct.
I mean, I think it does, signify the branding of Shell. So, I mean, they want to know it's a Shell station, I think.
They're gonna know by looking at the yellow and red.
I agree with you.
disagree with that completely.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I
No,
think,
that's why we allow freestanding signs, and it's why we allow signs on the buildings. Right now, we're suddenly allowing signs on canopies and sheds and fences. I mean, I don't know, a fence is a structure. That mean you can put a sign on it?
Yep.
The comment I made before, that it's a corporate sign.
If it feels right.
Not one of their choosing here, but the corporate logo and the yellow banding, they're one and the same.
I think that's a sign too, but we've already approved that, I guess.
Well, then I would say the question is moot.
If I might speak, I don't want to interrupt you guys.
the only thing I just wanted to ask you, so just the number of signs when we look at the building, you've got the seasons, right? And then you have corner market?
Correct, that's part of the name, yeah.
That's part of the name, okay.
Seasons
You got
Corner
the
Market.
seasons, and it says corner market,
Yes.
and then
It's a welcome sign over the door, just so that, right where the
welcome
door
sign
is.
over the door,
And then the
Co-brand sign
Yep.
for the drive-through.
coffee use.
the drive-through.
So I get 5 or 4?
1, 2, 3,
Four signs all together in the front?
If you consider corner market separate from seasons, they're different colors.
Sign on the front of the building, right?
Before.
There's 4 signs.
Yep.
Yes. How many do we allow? 1? No bylaw?
I think on a co-branded
One per brand.
scenario.
One per brand.
I think we
One per business.
2 for a co-branded, which is 2, I think. I'm not sure we.
The welcome is kind of a direct, we almost saw welcome as a directional sign because it's at the entrance, but
I think that
that's
is-
up to you.
I agree, but it's a sign.
Right.
No matter how you define it, it's a sign. There's 4 signs on the structure.
Could we eliminate the welcome sign?
Could say entrance, too.
We could, but I just think, you start to take away from some of the personal feeling, I think we can do whatever you want with that welcome sign. I just think as a town, you might want it there just because it feels a little bit nicer, but it's,
This is the same sign package that's in
Signs on your
Dennis.
building,
Yeah.
Everybody else is gonna want 4 signs.
completely understand.
With all due respect, it's wonderful that we want to make your site perfect, but we also have a town-wide sign code. Okay?
And I had some questions, because we went through this before about whether this was co-branded, and if there were 3 businesses here, we suddenly get into another definition, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we determined it was co-branded, and therefore there should be only 2 signs in the front of the building, I believe. So we're looking for at least 3, right? Or 4, actually, I guess.
No, if you count the 2 Sunoco signs, the corner market and the seasons, there are the 4.
That's what you're
Yeah,
looking
quick-
at.
Plus you
Yeah,
have,
this
plus you
is-
have a
put that
monument
down.
sign out front.
That's what you're looking at. That's how it's set up.
This is the building sign for Seasons.
Yeah.
Corner market, welcome sign, and then the co-brand sign goes up on the building fascia. So there's 4 signs.
It's too much.
I think you
I'm not
guys,
sure eliminating
it
welcome.
looks wonderful, it's beautiful, but everyone else is gonna want
You have
4
multi,
signs.
you have a.
That's just what happens.
That's different.
Keeping in mind that the sign code was very recently redone, and we've already, I agree, it looks wonderful, but you know what, I can't approve it. Not with 2 Sunoco signs out there.
Well, hold on. All right, so
Two shell signs.
if you're gonna say, well, then what's the trade-off? What do we agree to?
2 signs.
Is the corner market, Seasons Corner Market is the business name. So if you see Seasons Corner Market as 1 sign and the co-brand is 1 sign, then the welcome would be the 3rd sign, and we could lose it if we have
No,
to.
you can't do that, because now you're gonna, if you're telling us that, then we're combining the size of the Seasons and Corner Market as 1 sign. If that's, you were telling us it was 2 signs before. Now it's 1 sign, and it far exceeds.
Oh, you'd have to add all that? Oh,
far
okay.
exceeds what
All right,
we're
well
gonna
then,
permit.
forget
If
that.
the corner market's on the other side, it's not 1 sign anymore.
Okay.
Signs on the side of the building as well.
I mean, you've seen the other Seasons. I mean, it's
Okay. Because I know some towns have different.
Yeah,
ordinances.
it's faces different ways.
I know we had that in South
I
Dennis.
understand.
Why have bylaws if we're gonna just
I-
throw
well-
them out the window?
I'd love to have 12 signs on my 3 businesses.
Yeah, you know what, a much bigger outfit than Clevia, is that, did I pronounce it right?
Colbia.
Colbia. A much bigger outfit by the name of McDonald's, you've heard of their hamburgers?
Yeah, but
We told them go to hell and comply with the sign code. Why are we doing that here?
Dragons.
I mean, guys, I'm getting tired, I want to go home.
Okay.
So we're either going to take a vote, and my vote will be no.
Well, before we vote it down, why don't we discuss what would be acceptable?
I agree with that.
So let's do that.
2 signs.
Well, 2 signs, okay.
Which
Well,
2 is up to them.
Does the size of the Seasons sign comply with?
No, it is 3 foot high, and we're asking for relief. The bylaw says 2 feet high. So the Seasons letters that you see there need relief.
reduce the Seasons letters to 2 feet?
Well,
In all
I
honesty,
mean,
that-
the size of the sign is that's bigger than 3 feet. I don't understand. You're talking about
No,
the
height.
height of the letters.
Yeah, the size is fine. It's the height of the letters on Seasons.
2 feet.
Actually, it's a very attractive sign, isn't it?
Right, 2 feet's the limit, this is 3.
Bylaws.
Well, I would be willing to go for the 2 feet and then put the corner market underneath that, rather than having the signage all across the front of the building.
No, we can't do that.
Open up a can of worms, guys.
You can answer that.
One of my businesses, 75 feet away from the street, I'd love to have 3-foot signs.
Come on in. Fill out an application, we'll have a discussion.
Dick needs to give it to you.
No, I didn't say I was going to give them what they have there.
No, I absolutely agree with
Well,
whoever
that's
just said, quote, "We're opening a can of worms."
Well, yeah, but that's fine, but we need a solution. What's the suggestion now? That's the thing.
Come into
We're stuck on
compliance with the
left.
sign code.
My suggestion is abide by the sign code.
Yeah, that's mine too.
All right, what would that look like if they gotta comply?
I don't care. I don't care. I honestly don't care what it's gonna look like. That's their problem.
Okay. Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? It's late, we appreciate all the time. How about this? I would ask you to, if you're willing to, if you would rescind your vote on the freestanding sign, then we will request to withdraw without prejudice the relief for both the freestanding sign and the attached sign, so that we can regroup and think about it and not keep going tonight. But so
I see what you're saying.
So if you could rescind that vote denying that, we'll withdraw those. Directional signs are approved. We'll withdraw the other signage, and we'll come back on another day, or it's too late to be for everybody.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to allow them to, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the last vote.
Decision on the freestanding sign.
Freestanding sign.
Monument.
The monument sign.
Well, okay, but I'd like to see the decision go forward with as much as we have decided.
Oh, no, everything else is approved.
We get a clock running.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing this, so that we can move forward with everything else.
So there's a motion to rescind, vote.
On a freestanding sign.
I go. Who seconded, Mr. Nicanello?
I did.
Oh, listen.
I'm going to give you credit this time.
Okay, go ahead.
To get everybody's name on this will be just fine, except for mine, please. There's a vote, there's a request to vote the rescission of the prior motion, that is to approve the freestanding, to deny the approval for the freestanding sign. That motion's made by Mr. Igo, seconded by Mr. Nicanello. All those in favor of the motion to allow the rescission of that prior determination, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Therefore, we have 2 matters still open that we need you to sign an extension agreement concerning.
No, with your permission, we're requesting to withdraw without prejudice those 2 parts of the application that deal with the monument, the freestanding sign and the attached signs, such that everything else you voted tonight is final and complete. We can do a decision, and we'll deal with the signs or come back.
So there's a request, Mr. Igo has moved to allow the withdrawal without prejudice.
Of the application.
Of the portion of the application that deals with freestanding signs and attached signs. I'll put that in the decision, Mr. Chairman.
So that's fine, but I just want everybody to know what they're voting on, that's all.
Yeah.
So is there a second to that motion made by Mr. Igo?
Second.
I'm sorry?
Second.
Your voices to this ear sound exactly alike. Yes.
I have a bad left ear, too.
Does anybody care to have discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries unanimously. I look forward to receiving a draft decision, which I promise you I will review extremely closely.
And I promise you,
edit
you
like
won't get
crazy.
it tonight. Mr. Tardif's might already be in your in-basket, but mine won't be.
You have no idea the speed with which I get those. I'm asked to review them at midnight just before I go to sleep.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yep. All right, now we have another matter before us on our agenda. That is the minutes from the meetings of.
Chairman, I just forgot something. The second everything you just approved, I assume that includes the relief for 4802, which was the property next door. I forgot, we need to vote on that too. Remember allowing the lot to be
Yeah, that was a
you know,
separate petition.
It was a separate petition. So 4802, I think we need a motion to allow that piece of land to be cut off.
Sit back down, please.
Sorry, I just remembered. Yes, it goes along with this one.
So I'd like to make a motion that we allow you.
You opened everything.
Yeah, go ahead.
You had opened
Go
everything.
ahead with the motion, please.
Motion to, what would you say, Andrew?
To grant petition 4802.
To grant petition 4802 to cut off a piece of property?
It's to cut off the small piece of property from the Today Real Estate property next door, and to authorize the continued relief on that property, which is a variance relief that was provided for parking in front of the building many, many years ago.
Okay.
So moved.
Igo is moved. Second?
Second.
Does anybody care? Everybody understands what's being asked, right?
Yep.
Anybody care to have discussion on that before moving?
Nope.
And again, who seconded?
Me.
Mr. Martin. All those in favor of the motion made on petition 4802 to grant the petition as prayed for, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Now we're done with you this
Now
evening.
we'll leave.
Thank you.
And you can all leave quietly, please, because we have more business to do after you. So,
Okay.
Jesus, you can ask. You can ask, but the message doesn't get through, apparently. Gentlemen, congratulations. We have other business. We have minutes from two meetings, that of May 23, 2019, June 13, 2019,
I'd like to make
before
a
us.
motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
And has there, anybody care
second
to have
it.
discussion? We've all received them in advance. A second?
Yeah.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously. I move to adjourn. We have so